our Faculty Health Science Learning and Teaching Colloquium. I think there's a couple of us whose chests is really palpitating a little bit at the moment. We would like to start. We realize that traffic might be keeping the rest of our delegates on the way, but I'm sure they'll be joining us soon. To start the program, Prof. Kit is just going to greet all of you. I don't think she needs any introduction. We are exceptionally proud of her driving this bus. And then after that, Carmen will just do a bit of house rules and safety checks for us before we start the program. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I've got a few things that I need to say, hopefully not long. Carmen will give me the card, not Carmen, but Karen will give me the card if I'm long, okay? But colleagues, I want to say that it really is my honor to officially open this two-day colloquium for the Faculty of Health Sciences. What began as a simple idea in the Learning and Teaching Committee, now grown into the program that we gather around here today. It's a result of months of thoughtful planning and collaboration by our organizing team. This colloquium, I think, fittingly takes place in the month and during the week in which our nation and our institution commemorates the birth of our namesake, the late President Nelson Mandela. Madiba's legacy continues to inspire our collective commitment to justice, to freedom, and human dignity. He reminds us, and this is a close quote, to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. This statement serves, I think, as a painful reminder to us of the ongoing struggle of many South Africans, especially in rural provinces like ours, for accessibility, quality health, and well-being services. Jake Hand in 2017 reminded us that as a country, we embraced a transitional justice that focused primarily on violations of civil and political rights. But we still struggle to address the devastating effects of socio-economic disempowerment associated with past structural injustices. And this remains obvious in the daily experiences of many South Africans. In our quest for a just society, because we constantly strive towards it, we have not yet reached it. We gather here as academics and as partners for broader health, from the broader health and well-being sector, united in one shared purpose. Over the next 2 days, we will engage critically with questions at the heart of our health science education. And I'm going to highlight 3 of those. How do we shape a Mandela graduate? One who is responsive to the complex social realities of our country and beyond. How do we deepen our understanding of structural inequalities and its impact on people's access to health and well-being services? What role do our students play on an interdisciplinary platform that seeks to address pressing health challenges? We will also turn our attention inward, reflecting on how students learn, what hinders their active participation, and how we can better support their educational journeys. Importantly, we will not shy away from the realities of our present. Artificial intelligence is already reshaping our world, and we must engage boldly and critically with what it means for us in the health sciences. I just got the 2-minute card. Let us use these 2 days to reflect, to challenge and to collaborate, and above all to reimagine how we educate for justice, health, and for hope. While we will do a more formal thank you, I really want to convey our appreciation at this stage to all who made this possible. The team, inclusive of our digital support, our funders who always support us through our learning and teaching matters, the LT Lab through the UCDP grant, our faculty management who support us and made themselves available, the university management support, and we will see some of the people present in our panels, and everybody who make themselves available to share their knowledge over the next 2 days, and those of us who came to listen and engage. So I'm just going to end off by two sentences, I think. I wanted to say something about the structure of the event, but Carmen did remind me that's actually her job. So I'm not going to say anything. She's a control freak, and so am I. So I will end off by mentioning that we have a subtle scholarship of learning and teaching project in the making in the faculty. And this colloquium will be very important to the birthing of this project. We will talk again tomorrow about that when we look forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Geert, and true to my name, the control freak, I'm now going to share the 10 pages of ground rules. But good morning, colleagues. As Prof. Geert has mentioned, the aim of this colloquium is for robust interaction and engagement, because we are striving to ensure that our graduates that leave Nelson Mandela University shape a new image of health that we are so much in dire need of. So to achieve this, this colloquium has endeavored to ensure that you are as comfortable as possible, that there are diverse topics and issues that will be discussed, pertinent issues that we need to grapple with. So just a few announcements to orientate you, to ensure that the 2 days are fruitful for you, is that please, to ensure that you have signed the registration form on both days, that is to the right of the main venue. If you haven't done so, you can pop in around tea time to do so. What we will be doing, there will be QR codes that will be available on the 2 boards at the exits of the room. So after tea time, lunchtime, and at the end of the day, if you can please scan your QR code. The QR code is linked to your attendance register, and that then will be used in relation to the CPD points that you will be earning. Regarding the CPD points, is that me? The Health Professions Council of South Africa has allocated 12 CPD points for full attendance of this 2-day colloquium. We are awaiting accreditation from the South African Council of Social Services Profession. Is that right, I hope? And once this accreditation has been finalized, these attendance registers will also be submitted. Certificates of attendance will be electronically sent to members of the South African Nursing Council as well as the Pharmacy Council for submission. So please make use of this opportunity to get your CPD points and make sure that you are on point with your 30 units that you need. So all plenary sessions will take place in this main venue. You'll see on the program it's indicated as a conference hall, main venue. But because of our diverse program that we've got. We've got couch conversations, we've got oral and poster presentations, as well as workshops. We had to have a breakaway room as well. So the resource room, venue 1 across the way, will also then be utilized throughout the day, and you'll see these parallel sessions. You are more than welcome to move through the venues and attend sessions that are of most interest to you. If I could please ask, if you do so, if we can be considerate of the presenters and our participants as we move between the venues. Okay, so now the important part. The ideal for us for the 2 days would just to be fully present, but unfortunately we know that's not possible and life does happen. So if you need to send any urgent emails, or if there are urgent issues that you need to attend to, there's a pause place that's available for you, where you can just go and take that break, send that email, and then pop right back in to the sessions. Can I ask that all cell phones are kept on silent throughout the sessions, just as respect to our presenters. They've really worked very hard to prepare the presentation, so we would like to respect that. And then for our external guests, we have guest Wi-Fi pass codes that are available, and you'll see that it's indicated around the venue. Coffee and tea, as well as lunch, will be served to the left of the main venue, and dietary requirements as requested have been catered for, so therefore please ensure that you receive the meal that you requested. Then on the last day, if I could please ask if you could complete the evaluation form. This will also be done via QR code. It's not only for us to gauge your experience, but it is also a way of us to find direction in how we can take matters forward in the future. I know that there's talks of having champions in certain topics, so we'd like to just gauge that from the evaluation forms that are completed. And then a special announcement for those attending the workshop on day 2 on creating a question bank in Funda by harnessing the power of AI. If I could please ask if you could please bring your own laptops along, and then any content that you would like to use to generate multiple choice questions. That could be your lecture notes, journal articles, the choice is yours. And then obviously you need to have access to Funda for that session. And then lastly but not least, and I see our students are not here, I'm sure they're still at the registration desk. We are fortunate enough to actually have 2 of our students as volunteers for the 2 days. They have dedicated themselves to be here to assist us. So Asanda and Jenna, you will see they wearing our Change the World Mandela tops. Please, if you need any assistance whatsoever, you can please approach them. And then the colloquium committee members, I have not warned them, but if you could please stand. Okay, so our colloquium committee members are also here to help. They've worked behind the scenes for quite some time now, putting this together, and I think that today and tomorrow we'd like to just end off with still serving you and making sure that these 2 days are fruitful for you. Thank you so much. And then, yeah, all 3 schools and external stakeholders are present. So, Build Networks, we really are together just to strengthen the faculty's innovative teaching practices as we move in a new direction. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy yourselves.
I maybe just apologize for the Department of Health attendees. We thought that it's only starting at 9 o'clock, so they'll be a bit late.
It is my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, and we're officially kicking off the program. Our Dean of Faculty of Health Sciences, Prof. Zingela, to do our opening address. And I think we know her, but let's just share some of the information. Prof. Zingela is a distinguished psychiatrist, academic leader, and researcher with over 25 years of experience in medicine and mental health. She currently serves as the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, in case some of you forgot, at our university, where she leads strategic initiatives, including the establishment of the new medical program, and I don't think it's so new anymore. She also serves as Vice Chair of South Africa's National Advisory Committee on Mental Health and is the Chairperson of the Health Committee of the Medical and Dental Board of the HPCSA. Internationally, she's a member of the United Nations International Narcotics Control Board. Her research focuses on catatonia, genetics of psychosis, health worker mental health, and mental health systems, contributing to over 60 publications with more than 1,500 citations, an aspiration I think many of us at this stage of our lives might not get to. A Google Scholar H index of 17 as of May this year, and an I-10 index of 21. Today she will be leading this colloquium by doing the welcoming address and explaining to us why you are here. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much for that illustrious welcome, and good morning, everybody. I am looking around the room. The faces are mostly familiar, but then there are some faces which are not so familiar. But it's a pleasure to see everybody. And I'd like us all to also welcome our DVC of Learning and Teaching, who has just joined us, Dr. Mukimowe. So, colleagues, friends, and fellow innovators, you can see what the theme is, and it is health sciences education in context, innovation, and new direction. I was asked to do this welcome address, and I believe that there is also a similar sort of welcome address in your abstract. However, I'm not going to stand here and read what I wrote, which went into the abstract, because I tend to like to speak off the cuff. So, innovation in health sciences. That seems like a contradiction in terms. And part of that is because when we come into the health sciences, we tend to be caring in nature, but we also have been noticed to be more compliant compared to other disciplines. We tend to respect hierarchy. Who here doesn't? Because in health sciences, hierarchy is drummed into us. And therefore, if you respect hierarchy, if I stand in front of you as an educator and I say to you, this wall is black, you tend not to question, because first you want to learn the basics from me. So first you will accept that the wall is black, and only once you have gathered your own knowledge in your own spaces will you start to question, was that educator right actually? And even then, when you question, you are often not brave enough to raise it in the circle of others. You raise it in your own head. So one of the things that we need to do as we shape future health leaders, we need to also allow them the space to question. that is the first step we need to take towards innovation, because when we question, that is when we seek answers. And when we seek answers, that is when we tend to look beyond the usual solutions. And to me, that is what innovation is about. So how do we then encourage those spaces in our usual environments, which are, I will use the word, plagued by regulatory bodies, by restrictions, by things that we find are difficult to maneuver around or move? And I would say the first thing is to remember why we come into health sciences in the first place. Because a caring person will then tend to look beyond the obvious answers to those answers which are hidden and those answers which may be more difficult to get to. And how we then encourage our students to take the journey with us is also equally important, because it means we have to do it in a way that does not silence their voices. And never have I heard so many people in our profession complain of silenced voices like I am hearing today. And an example I will give you is that in the press a few weeks ago, we had the tragedy of a young doctor who passed away in KZN. And that young doctor is said to have been very sick, and they had taken some time off. When they then indicated that they were sick on that particular day, the story goes that they were told to turn up to work anyway. And there goes our compliance gene again, isn't it? Because as bad as that person felt, they still felt they couldn't say no. They went into work, and of course we know the tragic end. They passed away while on duty. And that is an extreme example of what can happen when we silence voices. And remember, my push today is to say to you, in order to encourage innovation in our spaces, we need to be able to listen to the unheard voices. We need to be able to hear those silent voices. We need to be able to provide spaces for those voices to express themselves, which means in the classrooms, in the tutorial rooms, in the clinical environment where we have people who stand there and say, you told me there were 5 causes of hepatomegaly, but I think there might be a 6th one. We don't say, oh, do you know who I am? I've got this PhD and I've got so many studies. I've got an HI index, you were quoting, of 17 and whatever. It isn't about that. It's about trying to understand why this person is saying there's a 6th cause. And who knows, that might be the future hepatologist of, 10 years from now, who may actually be leading you into the next realm of research. So in so doing, I'm also saying we also need to recognize our own talents. We also need to be able to recognize talents in others. What that means is my talent is not going to be the same as yours, but it doesn't make it any less. Some of us are innovators. Some of us are strategists. Others are good analysts. And what we then tend to do is, in the spaces we move in, we sometimes tend to want to recognize only our strengths. And we do not tend to want to give credit to others' strengths. And the way to move forward as a group and as a team, which is more successful together, is to recognize those strengths in others and to also recognize how they complement yours. Because in so doing, it means you are then able to make a different number of projects come together in ways that you may not have imagined. And I'll give you an example, is that yesterday we walked into a meeting as representatives of the different schools, and I chaired the meeting. And the meeting was about the institutional culture. And I remember in the meeting, one of them said, I'm supposed to be a cultural ambassador, but I don't even know what that actually means. That was tongue-in-cheek. And all 3 of them looked a little bit doubtful that we were going to walk away with anything solid, including me, by the way. I was also doubtful, because we were looking at the time we had, we were looking at the ideas which looked very different coming from the 3 different schools. However, by the end of the meeting, we had actually managed to synergize. And the theme I would like to, or rather the word I would like to add to today's theme is synergy. So if you're able to synergize each other's talents, each other's complementary ways of working, I believe you will be able to do more than just come up with a magical project of your own, whether it is in the learning and teaching space, whether it is in the research of the learning and teaching space. I believe you'll be able to make things come together in a way that lives the reality of our, saying when we talk about changing the world. So, in your different spaces, as you sit and think about how you can innovate, remember, together is better than alone. And also remember, complementary synergy is actually what's going to make you get far. So welcome and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Much appreciated. I didn't even need to use the cards. Examples are being set. Learning and teaching, here we go. Ne? Role modeling, learn by example. And thank you for the message, Prof. It speaks to me personally, but I'm quite sure to most of us sitting here as well. Innovation starts with us as educators, and I think we don't always understand how critical a role we have in shaping whoever else crosses our paths. I had a teacher many years ago in high school, and she said, if you plant a seed, you don't always see the tree growing, but just believe that you've planted that seed. And that is unbelievable how that sometimes just comes back to you. So thank you very much for that message. Our next session we are quite excited about. A stolen concept of couch conversations, which we are very proud of. And Prof. Alma de Vries will be leading the conversation. The theme is, how does power manifest in the curriculum? The case of gender-affirming healthcare. Prof. Alma is a family physician who is passionate about the right to access healthcare for marginalized populations. She is the MBCHB program coordinator at the School of Medicine and has completed her PhD in health science education. Her panel is quite distinguished guests who's going to be having the conversation with us and her. First, thank you, Dr. Moeng, for agreeing and being here. Dr. Moeng is our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Learning and Teaching at this university. Her academic career in higher education spans over 25 years. She's a senior alumnus of the institution and holds a doctorate in education and has played a pivotal role in advancing teaching, learning, and academic transformation in higher education in South Africa. Dr. Moeng's academic leadership is rooted in strong commitment to student-centered and socially conscious education, which I definitely think is what we stand for. Her efforts are also focused on promoting digital learning, critical thinking, and increasing the participation of women in science and technology. Dr. Moeng is widely respected for her servant leadership style, ethical integrity, and unwavering commitment to inclusive, quality higher education, which is what we're here for. She was the chair of the Education Deans Forum and is currently serving as the chair of the DVC's Academic Forum in South Africa. She's a qualified teacher with a vast experience in teacher education and expertise in curriculum and instruction. She's the host of On the Couch Conversations with Muki, a YouTube channel that explores stories of ordinary people doing extraordinary things. She believes that teachers and lecturers who reflect on their teaching and learning of their students are in a better position to improve the teaching and learning experiences and the environment in which it occurs. These reflective practitioners and scholars can therefore inform theory, policy, processes, and systems to better cater for the needs of students, that innovation that we are seeking to bring forward. The next guest is Mr. Landa Mabenge, which I think is joining us online, am I right? He is an educationalist, consultant, and intersectional scholar in social and behavioral sciences at the School of Public Health at UCT. His interests lie in the area of inclusive primary health care for transgender and gender diverse populations in South Africa's public sector. He is the author of Becoming Him, a trans memoir of triumph, and a co-editor of Feeling Lives, an intersectional exploration of past experiences and present living. And our fourth guest is Ms. Natasha Botha. She's currently a 5th-year medical student. She's a qualified high school teacher and radiographer and has previously lectured in the Department of Radiography here at our university. She has a keen interest in health professions education. So now to start, Prof. De Vries, please come forward and please enjoy. This is going to be exciting.
Oh dear. Postpone, restart. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted that we can have a conversation. And I'm delighted about my panel members. I'm going to start with setting the scene, giving you some background, and then we will have a conversation, and who knows what might happen. I'm going to first speak here. All right, so, okay. Landa, are you online? Can we quickly do a sound check? Okay. Landa, can you say hi that we can see if we can hear you?
Hi. Morning.
Oh dear. Right. Okay, let's try again. Okay, Landa, let's try again.
Good morning.
Ah, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Alma,
so
for having me.
I'll first do the presentation, and then we're going to sit physically here on the couch, and we'll have you online as well. So how, we'll just have to do that carefully so that I can see when Landa puts up a hand. No, okay, but we can stop the screen share after I've spoken, and then, okay.
Perfect.
All right. Okay, so let's switch so this one is on? This one is on. Okay, right. Right, so how does power manifest in the curriculum? We're going to use gender affirming healthcare as a case study, and this is research that was done in another province, but we can use it to think about how things are here and how power can manifest in the curriculum here where we are working in different disciplines. Right, so I've already said I'll introduce. So this was my PhD study, how can the process of professional identity formation of a gender-affirming practitioner inform medical curriculum change? And then we'll have the panel discussion, and hopefully we can get the audience to participate as well. Right, so transgender and gender diverse people experience significant health disparities compared to cisgender people. And as health professionals, we are generally not adequately prepared by current curricula to provide gender-affirming, holistic care respectful of patients' gender identity. There was a study done by the Richardson Key Population Report at the TAC and others who asked lots of key population people.
Sorry.
Yeah?
Share the wrong screen. We see the right stuff, but
No.
the gentleman didn't see.
Oh, okay.
1 second.
We need the expertise. You see, there's
Synergy.
synergy. Yes, like the dean has said.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Should be
Right, can I continue what the TAC and others found out from key population people? There were 13,000 respondents, of whom 1,400 were trans, and they said 1 out of 10 were denied services in the past year because they were trans. 61% did not think privacy was respected at the facility. Only 7% felt safe at the facility. About a third said staff are always friendly, so 2/3 didn't think so. And also, only a third said that staff were always respectful of their gender identity. So as health professionals, we have a lot to learn. And now is it going to move? Oh, I need to go to that one now. Right. Right. There's an international attack on transgender rights, but despite these attacks, gender-affirming healthcare is an essential aspect that we need to prepare our students for. They will encounter trans patients. The population estimate in South Africa done by Beyond Zero is 0.3% of the population. So if we think in the Eastern Cape, where we are about 7 million people, there's more than 200,000 trans people in our province. So our students are going to encounter a trans person at some stage. And despite this global attack on transgender rights, in South Africa, we have a specific way of looking at things, as articulated by our president in the State of the Nation address. As South Africans, we stand for peace and justice, for equality and solidarity. We stand for non-racialism and democracy, for tolerance and compassion. We stand for equal rights for women, persons with disabilities, members of the LGBTQI+ community, and we stand for a shared humanity, not the survival of the fittest. And our dean said in the introduction, we come to healthcare as caring people. And yeah, that is what we want to do. So when we talk about curriculum, there's many ways to think about curriculum, as our DVC can tell us. I'm going to use a definition by Jacques Gerwel, where he defined curriculum as the interlinked complex of who is taught, what is taught, how is it taught, who teaches, and within what context we teach. Pentecost and others wrote a lovely article on critical orientations for humanizing health sciences education in South Africa. And they described this gap between the intentions of the program planners, like me, the intended or espoused curriculum, then the learning and assessment opportunities that educators create for students, the enacted curriculum, and then the manner in which students engage in the educational activities, the experienced curriculum. And between these three, it can look very, very different. So the aim of my study was to explore how medical curriculum change could enable the professional identity formation of a gender-affirming practitioner. I used a critical research paradigm with a conceptual lens of professional identity formation, with case study design and narrative inquiry as complementary methodological frameworks. So I interviewed 6 healthcare practitioners and 9 medical students. This was in another province. I did narrative interviews, narrative analysis, developed stories that was then shared with an educator group to hear their views on how these stories could impact on curriculum change. And let's look at some of the findings. So at some stage while I was doing my analysis, I got stuck. And my supervisor said, Elma, try to draw it. And then it started making sense. So here's one of the drawings. Now I need this one. Right, so one of the respondents is a trans woman who is also a medical doctor. And she had to look in the mirror and see herself as a gender-affirming practitioner. And she realized med school did not prepare me for this. When she tried to access healthcare, she had horrible experiences of not being seen for who she was. And there was this power differential between the doctor and her as somebody seeking care. So when she then started providing care, she changed this power differential and could really see her patient. And now she's teaching others. And that was a beautiful, beautiful story. Confronting pathologizing perspectives, seeing the human first, and then shifting power to enable patient participation. And one of my participants said, now with gender-affirming health, it forces you to be a different practitioner, even to your other patients, to say the patient is in control, is in charge of their own healthcare and well-being. You are here to listen, to understand and offer different options. You know, it involves you respecting them as a person that is a decision maker. I think medical schools should put emphasis on sensitization and creating practitioners who put patients at the center of their healthcare, because I think when that happens, it will influence everything else positively. Another finding was that the present learning environment at the medical schools where the study was done is not conducive to the development of a gender-affirming practitioner, with this huge gap between the intended curriculum, because if you look at the curriculum things, there's lots about diversity and But if you look at the experience curriculum, what I heard from the students, it was a different story. One of the students said, it's obviously who decides what's in curriculum, what's deemed knowledge, what is valuable knowledge. It all comes back to who's in power. And I think sometimes our curriculum doesn't teach us to be critical enough. It doesn't teach us to think about when things happen. It's because power has played out somewhere. And then the student told a story about an ENT professor that misgendered a transgender woman, and how upset the student was that he could see things are going wrong here, and he couldn't really say anything in that moment. Students also described the hierarchy, and our dean referred to the hierarchy in medicine that can be not easy to navigate. The hierarchy that makes it difficult to challenge injustices, such as transgender patients being misgendered in this particular case study, because the seniors are the people responsible for their marks. And I'm going to read you a story from one of the participants who happens to be a transgender student, who tells the story, and you're welcome to close your eyes if you want to, and just listen to the story of how the student tells what happened. So I was on intake at the hospital, and there was this patient that was referred to psychology. On her folder, it was circled like her ID sticker said male, and it was circled and it said prefers to be female. Like that alerted you that she's a she in her pronouns. And then I saw a registrar come to the patient and gender her as sir and mister. And I was like, so the note that was made on the folder meant nothing? There was no gender affirming checking in with the patient, despite the note, you know? Just because she was presenting as a female, and I could see that. I was quite uncertain at that point. I was in my 4th year, and by that time I'd already transitioned, so I was kind of already sensitive to it and seeing people like me, and I was really disappointed. I felt so powerless because I myself couldn't now step in and say no. I probably could, but it's just like, I'm a student. I don't want to be put on the line as this person who's a 4th year trying to correct a doctor. So my findings, let's go there, okay, right. There's other things in South African literature that resonate with what I found, and this is a study from Green, Thompson, McErney, and Willard, that they found that knowing one's place becomes a negative aspect of the hierarchy. Their students reported losing their voice, with a power differential between teachers and students resulting in students not speaking up in order to keep the peace. And at another university, they found that, that was Crombie and others, that a hierarchical relationship can lead to trainees feeling they cannot speak out against abuse for fear of punishment or discrimination. And they found that it was about 79% of students who participated in this study had experienced some mistreatment by teachers. Gender discrimination was found in about 29%, and racial discrimination in 33% of student participants in this study. And then another study by Mokachani and others, participants experienced the institutions where they trained as an alienating space with oppressive training environments and experiences of discrimination based on both race and gender. And I think at this university, we want to be different. So if we look at the professional identity formation of a gender-affirming practitioner, once again, I was drawing to try and make sense of it. We all have our existing identities when we start our training, and we develop into becoming, in this case, a gender-affirming practitioner. And this journey of becoming, there's an attitudinal aspect and a knowledge aspect that intertwine as we are growing and becoming in our professional identity journey, so that we can see the person first and experience this power shift in the consultation. Oops, right. So, so I'm going to come back to Garwel's definition of what is curriculum and look at the different aspects. Who is taught? What is taught? How is it taught? Who teaches? And in what context we teach. So if we look at who is taught, we look at the existing identities that our students bring with them. And Mokachane and others found that for some students, they already arrive with aspects of a caring and patient-centered attitude, as our dean has said. But there's other students who really need to do a lot of work to develop this caring attitude. If we look at what is taught at the bottom, we want to bring in diversity and depathologization so that our students realize not all our patients are cisgender and heterosexual. There's a bigger world out there. Cultural humility has been described as an important aspect of learning how to be gender affirming. And that means coming into the consultation with humility, not as the doctor who knows everything or as the different health professional. We are an interdisciplinary team here. Not as a person who knows everything, but somebody who's curious to learn from the patient. And then if we look at how it is taught, we need to bring in critical reflection, and that has been mentioned as well. We want to make it integrated. The voices of the affected is so important when we plan training and when we plan services. It's so important that the voices of those who are impacted need to be heard, as our dean has mentioned. Role models is such an important thing, and there aren't enough role models of providing affirming care. So faculty development will be important. So in summary, from a critical pedagogy perspective, I've looked at power relations with the medical school as institution, the level of educator-student interactions, and at the clinical encounter. And there's a tension. We want to develop critical consciousness in students, but that might lead to students actually challenging the faculty leadership. And Hafferty and others wrote about this paradox, that professional identity formation, we want our students to develop the professional attributes and to internalize those values, but it could also result in professionals who seek to disrupt the very system that gave rise to their identity to begin with. So in a changing healthcare system, professionals who will think for themselves and be able to challenge systemic injustices are required, but it might not be very comfortable for us as faculty leadership. We want the educator-student interaction to mirror an affirmative approach. So as the health professional and the patient, we want an affirmative approach. That's what we want to do in humanizing pedagogy as well, to affirm our students as somebody who is a knower and an active participant in their learning. He wrote about epistemic justice in health professions education, and that we need to change what we teach, how we teach, modeling epistemic justice, where the student has a voice, and also we need to look at with whom we teach and include patients as partners. So just epistemic justice and injustice, if not everybody's very familiar with that. Epistemic means related to knowledge. And epistemic injustice was described by Fricker in 2007. And discriminatory epistemic injustices, where people are wronged in their status as a knower. So in terms of the patient-professional interaction, the stereotypes of the ill patient lead to a form of injustice, where training, expertise, and formal knowledge are legitimized in the biomedical context and elevated to the gold standard status, where the stories of patients may be viewed as irrelevant, illogical, or unworthy. And Thomas then beautifully applied this concept to health professions education. So the power relationships that we often see in clinical encounters, there's this power differential, whereas what we actually want is a shift in this power relationship, where the patient really has a voice. One of the transgender participants in my study described this power dynamic where they said, trans patients feel they must present in a certain way to be palatable to the doctor, and at times conceal their identity for fear of abuse. And this is an example of epistemic injustice, where the patient's narrative is not taken seriously. So in conclusion, a decolonial and affirming approach offers a new perspective of how power dynamics may shift to create a more enabling environment for the development of a gender-affirming professional identity, specifically for this case study But also, power relations is important when we think about any health professions education. So recommendations from the study is that we want to start early, make our students aware of respect for diversity, that they learn about cultural humility. We want them to be critically conscious and be aware of their own professional power. And just ending with the words of one of the student participants, curriculum has the power to let people shape the world. And that's where I will end, and I'll invite my panel to join. Okay, so now we need to see how we're going to see, well, I need to stand here to see Landa. Okay. So, okay, but could I sit with this on my lap so I can see Landa, or do I need to stand here?
Would you like me to have a look when he's here or not?
Oh, okay, can you, if you can, great, thanks.
Put them on a big screen.
So you've got mics as well. Thank you so much for being here for this conversation. So I think we can have some opening comments, and then we can talk about the power relations at these different levels. Our DVC?
Yes. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the invitation, and thank you for that introduction. And I think we don't even need, to reiterate what you said, but I think we just need to engage in a conversation because you've started something wonderful. And my first thought was Faculty of Health Sciences, the Social Consciousness for Sustainable Futures module that you're taking so long to adopt should be adopted. And you can ask Elma how to do that. I just had to say that. But thank you for that introduction, especially in terms of power. And when I start these conversations, I say that education is political, whether we like it or not, because you have a curriculum planner who has a certain disposition and a political outlook, and determines what the curriculum is going to be. You have the pedagogical encounter, where you have the who, which is the student, and the lecturer. And they both have political disposition in terms of inequities, justices, experiences, knowledges that they bring into the room. And then in health sciences, you have the clinical encounter, where you then go out as a professional and your assumptions about life and your journey from being, becoming, and belonging to the profession. And we are responsible for all of that. The systems that we put in place, the equipment, facilities, also speak to how we value a particular kind of knowledge or methodology over others. So hence I say education is political. And once you say it's political, there are power relations. Whose knowledge? And at this university, we adopted a similar model to your curriculum that you're talking about, Gervel, where we say the student and the lecturer are at the center. So that's the who. And as an institution that's got a philosophy of a humanizing pedagogy, so the human is at the center. And for your profession and anyone's profession, that is important. The student, whether it's the patient, that is at the center. And we are first and foremost human beings. And if we can start all of our collaboration, workings, in that perspective, that we are first and foremost human beings, and that's how we interact. I think we will go a long way. So that's just my introductory remarks. Thank you.
Landa, would you like to make some introductory remarks?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And I agree. I agree with everything that you said. I agree with everything that TVC said. I think for me, it's also very, very important that in every single interaction, be it bringing in the knowledges that are carried by the teachers, the educators, by the students, the learners, as well as the patients who are the recipients and co-creators of their own health outcomes, it's important to center intersectionality. For a long time, intersectionality has been presumed to be a buzzword, the new word, that people need to, understand and think about, the woke word. It's not woke. It actually affects people's lives, every single human's lives. So if we center intersectionality in what happens in learning, teaching, and doing, then we will understand that every single person carries intersecting identities. And those identities cannot be left outside of the consultation when a patient is seeking care. So if we think about institutional level and the curriculum, it's very important that the constructors of the curriculum, the people that govern it, and the people that are going to learn this curriculum find a point of connection. It must be a co-creation. Because whilst the biomedical norms and biomedical learnings and teachings are very fundamental to health sciences, it's also very important to bring in the embodied knowledges and lived experiences of the people who are actually going to benefit from that, be they students or patients. If we think about the educator-student interaction, an affirming approach is very, very important. It does not undermine or erase the knowledge, the expertise that an educator holds. In fact, it creates an enabling environment for more effective learning and teaching, I believe. So it really ignites that critical consciousness and thinking in students who are actually going to go out and have to do same with their patients. And if we think about that patient encounter, that one slide that you showed where currently the power hierarchy is very, very clear and dominant in healthcare practice globally. So that there needs to be that shift because patients bring in their lived experiences, bring in their embodied knowledges, and those are key to how their health outcomes are going to be constructed in that sort of consultation space. I always make this example. I had one of my check-ins with my endocrinologist earlier this year. It was an elderly specialist. He was probably close to his mid-50s, going on 60s. We had a conversation. He told me that he specialized late in his life. Within 20 minutes, he was able to decenter power so well. He moved from focusing on my identity as a transgender man and actually asked me, what else do you need? How are you feeling? How are you? How is your sexual health? How is your holistic health? Are you stressed? Are you depressed? Do you need any psychosocial support? Is life going well? I see you're also a PhD student. That's also very demanding. So in 20 minutes, we were able to create a conducive space where I could show up fully as a patient and he could show up fully as a practitioner, and in 20 minutes we were done with our consultation. So it really takes initiative. It really takes an intentional approach to center each other and to factor in all identities that both the practitioner and the patient carry so that they can find a point of connection. I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Landa. And yeah, we spoke about student voices, so Natasha.
I wanted to say that I'm going to steal then from both TVC and Landa to say that I enjoy your inclusion of politics into the medical curriculum. For students, medical students, politics is a concept that largely there's no interest in, because it's this mystification of something that's got nothing to do with us, versus politics being the rules by which we govern society and therefore are intrinsic to everything, as you've very clearly explained. And so it is so relevant to how we then go and interact with patients, how we learn from those who are teaching us to interact with patients, what it is that we're taught about how to interact with patients. And then, Landa, what you said about, oh gosh, it's gone. About how the patient then must also be free to be a human being in the consultation. And some of the things that I've seen are where the patients take on such active roles once they realize that you're a student doctor. They are teaching you quite extrinsically about the kind of doctor that they want to be treated. And it's wonderful because they're so affirming to say, yes, mdanam, that like that, or next time you must rather just listen when I say blah, 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 blah. And it's very, very helpful to take on board. Some of us, in terms of the who, we do come with our biases and our knowledge. And what we've been taught since first year, and of course I only have experience of this one medical school, is to be reflective students, and we're going to learn to be reflective practitioners. And so we've been reflecting, sometimes against our will, since first year, about what we learn, how we learn, and how that informs what we do and how we do it. So it means that in our interactions with our patients and where we're observing interactions in the clinical setting between the seniors and patients, we're looking at that and reflecting and going, I don't know that I want to learn that. I learn that that is not what I want to do. I learn the style with which you did that, and that feels good and congruent with what we're being taught. And so I don't think that this is an oppressive training environment. This medical school, so far in my 5th year, is being different.
Thank you, Natasha. We are still growing, and this discussion is broader than just the medical school. It's about our whole faculty of health sciences and our health system in which our students train. So we know there's the way things are, and there is the way we want things to be, and we are dreaming and becoming. So if I can ask each panel member to maybe reflect on the potential on shifting power relations in any of these 3 levels. At the institutional level, we are busy with work as a faculty, and we can bring in the audience soon. As an institution, we are busy with work. At the level of education, student interactions, we are thinking about this. We are reflective teachers. And in the clinical encounter, any dreams you have about how things can be even better? We'll start with the DVC.
All right. I have a lot of dreams. And when we talk, I think, informally, and I think we need to formalize it, we talk about the Mandela doctor. And I want to extend that to the Mandela nurse, Mandela pharmacist, Mandela teacher, Mandela social worker, because that's a different disposition. As you walk into your practice, people must just see that this graduate comes from Nelson Mandela University. How they talk, how they argue their points, how they bring themselves across when they are in an environment where there's contestation of ideas. That Mandela University student graduate should look different, sound different, walk different, because of the philosophy. Not just because we are better, But because that gap that you were talking about, Elma, we try and close it as closely as possible in terms of the intended curriculum and the practiced curriculum and the experience of our students in our classroom. And it's important, really, to have lecturers who understand their responsibility when they are in a learning environment, not just in the classroom space, but in that learning environment, as your responsibility is also to give up your power. Because we like power. We like to be seen that we know everything. I like it because I say I'm a specialist in curriculum and instruction. So I think, you know, what can you tell me about curriculum? And yet, if I give up my power and let Elma talk about curriculum in her own experience, then I can learn something because I've learned so much. So I would really like us to get closer to our graduate attributes that we espouse as an institution, but also making sure that our lecturers and students find each other. And we're not saying, just like Landa was saying, it doesn't mean that you are no longer a medical doctor or a pharmacist. You are. You're specialized. You have the knowledge. You've done 10 years of study. Because you go to PhD. You've got done. And you have level 10. You've got that. We don't dispute that. But how do you then enable those who come into the learning experience to bring in their ways of knowing? Just like you're saying as a doctor then, you know, for me, if I say that, I also used umhlonyana, you know, and it stopped my cough. And then you can ask yourself about your biomedical, I don't know anything about medicine, biomedical thingies. Oh, okay, perhaps it's got this kind of ingredient that stops cough, because I've now learned codeine mostly, stops cough as well. So I take those pills. So that is important as the patient comes in, for you to also to understand that they come in knowing their bodies. Because a patient, they know what is happening in their head. When you've got that professional understanding and the terminology and all of that, but they've been living in this body for so many years, and they know their body. And you need to respect that as a practitioner and meet them where they are as human beings, coming in with that knowledge that you don't necessarily have. Thank you.
Thank you. That's beautiful, and I think many of us can resonate with that the patient comes as a knower, and we can learn. Landa?
Yes, Alma. Definitely agree with DVC. I also think that we need to try and move away from the language of biomedicine that posits people as pathologies first. The practice of wanting to pathologize a person before you even interact and try and understand their positionality, their situatedness, and what they're actually bringing into the consultation. I think at all of these levels, really, but mostly the institutional and educator-student level, it's important to factor in the epistemic knowledges, whose voices are actually forming part of how we are creating this curriculum. And why is that important? It's also important to remember that, especially because South Africa is a secular state, we have a human rights framework. We have a constitutional democracy. Everyone matters. And for people to find and locate themselves safely in healthcare spaces need to enable that, right? So the language that we speak needs to be less pathologizing and more affirming. That's very, very important. If we think about being transgender, it was only in 2018 when it was declassified as a mental health pathology. That's quite recent. So it's been years, decades, centuries of people being denied the right to their own embodied knowledges and their lived experiences, the knowing of of themselves. We also need to think about who created these current systems, these structures, um, and how what was the intention? Who's who was centered in the creation of knowledge as it pertains to healthcare, to medicine, to science? Whose needs was it serving? In a lot of instances, you'll find that it was convenient for science to have a particular position, to be cis heteronormative because it was convenient, not because people were invalid who do not fit into this mold. It was just convenient for science. So when we interact with knowledge creation, we need to get to a point where we literally make it habitual that we co-create in all of these spaces at the institutional level, at the educator student level, and at the patient level as well, because in the clinical encounter, because there it means that everyone can come in with their knowledge and it can be a space of co-creation. For the longest time, I've heard that no, it's going to take too long. Even in my own research, are you sure 30 minutes is going to be enough? Are you sure an hour? It doesn't take long to respect and affirm a person and to actually give them the time to introduce themselves to you and tell you who they are and what is going on with them. It really is not rocket science. So I think for me, because a lot of people continue being erased, particularly trans and gender diverse people, it is very, very, very important that we think about how the current systems were constructed, for who they were constructed, because then we will probably be more reflective in how we create these curricula and how we allow co-creation in these spaces, and also the importance of the epistemic knowledge, because when that knowledge is in the curriculum, then it translates to justice. Thanks.
Thank you, Landa. Deep, decolonial thoughts there. Wonderful. Natasha, more thoughts from you, and then I'm going to throw it open to the audience. So think of who wants to put up their hand.
In addressing, once again, what both TVC and Landa said, in terms of, firstly, the Mandela healthcare worker as a whole is going to be one who is aware of the language that they use, how they use it, how they practice healthcare, and include their patients. One of the specific things I think we were taught in first year in clinical communication was literally that you are going to be, when you finish, an expert of medicine. Your patient, however, is an expert of their own body. They have been in there their whole lives. Don't presume to tell them about their body. They must tell you, and then you use your expertise with them to come together to find out something and then work toward a plan. Treat the human, not the disease, which speaks to this pathologization of human beings. And the problem there, because while we are, and all healthcare disciplines are spending time on the clinical platform, in the safety of our classrooms on campus, where we have educators who buy in to the idea of the Mandela health practitioner, in the clinical space, we have educators who don't necessarily, and who are less aware of the intrinsic content of what they teach. We spoke earlier about role models who are aware of how they're teaching, and how even when they're not actively teaching, when they're interacting with their patients, we're watching, we're literally soaking up information all the time. Okay, you got this answer from the patient by asking this question. And so that's something to note down. And sometimes there's time to think about, but was that the healthiest for the patient? Did I do harm here? Have I also taken into account whether they're going to seek healthcare from me again and give me the information that helps me find the way to treating you as best we can. And then to address that, I mean, our facilitators are not often on in the clinical encounters with us, because fair enough, you've got to, release the apron strings at some point. But then the power dynamic from clinical facilitator to student is quite difficult, because medicine, for one, is a very hierarchical system. We're reminded on the clinical platform constantly. And at the bottom of that hierarchy is students. And in some cases, it becomes evident that even lower than that are the patients, which is not what we're being taught. And then a way of pointing that out is once again very difficult, being at the bottom of the hierarchy as you are. We need to focus on, I think, getting some buy-in from those on the clinical platform. And in that way, those practitioners who are the role models are largely being placed in positions where they coordinate the teaching. Because, fair enough, a lot of healthcare practitioners have been there for decades, and it's hard to go and change people now. And there's still so much to be learned from those people. I guess I don't really know how you would do that, because you're the curriculum coordinator, Alma. May I just make comments?
Thank you. We are always growing and learning. And we do have people on the clinical platform who are not yet as aware. But we are on a journey of growth. I would like to invite, if there's people from the audience who may want to make a comment or ask a question to any of the panel members. Is there a roaming mic? I see that our dean would like to start.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all three panel members. Two reasons I'm taking the mic, and both are celebratory and good reasons. And the first one is to say to you, Natasha, it is so beautiful to hear you say that in the space that you've been learning in, you found it a reflective space, you found it a space where you can question. You really don't know how lucky you are. And it is so beautiful to listen to it, because I've been here for the journey. And if we have managed to make you feel like that in fifth year, it really says my wish of creating those spaces, and certainly our wish of actually seeing it turn into reality has come true. So thank you for that gift, because I see it as a gift. And then the second one is to say, DVC, please don't steal our thunder for the institutional culture announcements, because that is an idea that we as Faculty of Health Sciences own. And that is the idea of the Mandela Health Graduate. And you're going to hear all about it during the institutional culture presentations. Thank you.
At the end of the day, I'm the DVC.
I don't even know what to say. I'm just excited. And I can't sit still when I'm excited. That's a problem. My head is abuzz. I am excited to hear about affirmations. Elma, you're talking about gender affirmations, and we can extend and add and come up with a long list of affirmations. Also, I'm excited to hear about being reflective students and reflective practitioners. You're speaking my language. I have hope that we will empower our students to be able to deal with the hierarchy that was mentioned by the dean, was mentioned by Natasha and everyone. And I'm wondering, do we prepare our students to be disruptive, to disrupt those hierarchies, because it's one thing to talk about them and another to provide. And also the last thing that I want to talk about is the knower. We all know. And I was smiling when Natasha was saying the patient is knowledgeable about their bodies. And thank you for, I hope there are many students here, because we want to empower our students, not, Madam Dean, not to be silent. They need to be vocal. They need to be critical. They need to talk about their knowledges that they bring to the contestation of ideas that is the university. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Could I respond to that before we take the next hand? So how do we prepare our students for this hierarchy? Before they go to the clinical platform at the beginning of 4th year, I have a conversation with them. And I tell them, you are in for a journey. It's not going to be easy. And we speak about witnessing. There's this model of witnessing that talks about being aware and unaware and empowered or not empowered. And our students are often in the position where they are aware of this is not how things should be, but they're not yet in a position of power to say something about it. But the beautiful thing is they have a choice. Do I want to learn from this person? Or do I want to learn from them this is not how to treat a patient? And I'm hoping that making them aware of that choice, and then we get them to reflect on that. And then we have group discussions on the reflection. So I wonder, Natasha, if you maybe want to add to that.
Thank you, Prof. I remember that conversation. And I remember the situation, one of the situations you put to us was about a clinical encounter where a patient is, I think it was on a ward round, where the consultant is consistently misgendering the patient. What do you as a student do in that situation? And like a young fool, I said very bravely, I would at some point say, sorry, doctor, I think the patient's pronouns are this and this, and they prefer to be addressed as such. And you said to me, you're brave enough to take on the consultant. And I said, yes. I was very wrong. I realized I'm a lot more scaredy cat than that. I still feel like it's the right thing to do. And now, because of some of the things you mentioned about these are the people who assess me and decide on what my marks are. And if that one interaction goes pear-shaped and I'm seen as disrespectful, or even whatever subconscious judgment that person makes, and then doesn't afford me any more learning opportunities, you come to what shouldn't be, which is a moral dilemma between my learning and this patient's dignity. And the two shouldn't be weighed up against each other. There's no contest. But it is a difficult one for a student. And I don't know what to do with that. I keep reflecting. At some point I'll come up with something, I guess.
Yes, I do remember, and so we divide the students into groups, and each group has to say how they would handle it. And your group definitely said, yes, we'll speak. But some of the other groups were already aware that maybe there's a hierarchy. And that also has to do with what our students bring. That some students grew up in a very hierarchical environment where you don't speak up, whereas other students find it a lot easier to speak up. And it will be something that we will continue to grapple with. And maybe we can do some research on that. Who knows? There's who's got the mic? Oh, there's the mic. Thank you.
Okay. As I'm listening, I have more questions. When we speak about our relationships with clients or patients,
we speak about forming partnerships with them. And do we understand what it means to equalize partnerships? Firstly, that's a question. The second question is, you spoke about, are students prepared, do we teach students to disrupt? And the question is, are we prepared to be disrupted? And then the last question, obviously I have many questions. The last question is, when I was doing my PhD, I was introduced to the concept of the sociology of childhood, or childhoods, where it speaks about whether you see a child or a young person in the state of becoming or in the state of being. And there are implications in terms of how we see it. So when we see our students, are we seeing them in the state of becoming a doctor, becoming a professional, or being in the state of being? Because when we see them in the state of being, we allow that voice. We don't regulate that voice, because we tend to regulate it. We want to tell them how to speak, when to speak, to whom to speak, and what tone. And when it suits us, we want to silence that voice. So it's a challenge for us to ask ourselves those questions. Thanks.
Beautiful questions. Does anyone on the panel want to respond to that?
Can I try?
Thank you. Thank you, Linda.
So I think those are very pertinent questions and also points of reflection. The knowledge that is happening, the reason why I always talk about knowledge co-creation in a learning environment, not necessarily a research environment, is because the specialists, the knowers, the educators are also, or should be, in a state of iterative learning and unlearning. And interventions, learning development interventions should also be curated for the knowers, for the educators themselves. Because it's one thing to create this beautiful curriculum just for the students, where the person who's actually teaching is also not journeying with this learning intervention. So that is a very important one. I do know that the continuous professional development, I don't think that's enough. I think in particularly a health sciences context, it becomes important to have interventions that are specifically for the educators, so that they can also evolve in their knowing and unknowing and learn and unlearn. Particularly because this is such a human-centric profession. And if we don't do that, we risk power taking over. And part of those learning interventions need to include intersectionality. It's a conceptual framework that is very, very important in how we approach various facets of life, but more so in the healthcare space. It's very, very important, because at any given point in time, as educator, you have to think about where you are sitting in proximity to the center of power and where your student is. So chances are you are at the middle of power and the student is on the periphery. So how do we make sure that that gap is eliminated? So that becomes very important. The educator must also be a learner iteratively throughout this process. So I think if an educator can position themselves or situate themselves as a learner as well, doesn't take away from the fact that they're an expert. Doesn't take away from that. But it also allows them to be open. It enables them, it gives them the opportunity to be open to different ways of thinking and approaching whatever issue they need to approach at a time, especially if it comes from a student who's been taught to be reflexive. And also, knowledge is supposed to evolve. It is meant to evolve. Knowledge is not supposed to be static. We are supposed to be evolving with knowledge over time. 2 weeks ago, I gave a lecture through Primary Health Directorate at my university. It's on the mountain here in Cape Town. And the first year MBCHB students were teaching them medical humanities. And a lot of them was starting to understand the concept of intersectionality within the context of health sciences. And in that lecture, it became very clear that there is a need for the knower of knowledge, which is the educator, and the student to find a point of meeting each other, because the current structure is a bit detached. So I think that is what enables disruptive ways of thinking, because those disruptive ways of thinking and doing are what enables knowledge to evolve, to expand. I forgot the second question. But yeah, that is the crux of what I was thinking when those questions were asked. Oh, the concept of becoming. How could I forget that? My book is titled Becoming Him. It's important to see people as becoming in any context. Because as you are becoming, it means you know that you are not a supreme holder of knowledge or power, because you are moving through an iterative process in your evolution as a person. So we can't see children as beings. If we see children as beings, then it means we have resigned them to a script that we want them to abide by, which is a very big problem in many spaces globally, because we take away the agency and autonomy of young people who are still growing into themselves. So the concept of becoming becomes very important to normalize and perhaps institutionalize in our practices, our policies, because it reminds us that we are not absolute in how we should do things in our learning, our teaching, and even our clinical practice environments. I hope I'm making sense. Thanks.
Thank you. I wonder, Prof. Sorji, if you want to comment. I think there might be different understandings of the word as well, of becoming and being. Do you want to?
Yeah. Becoming, in my understanding, means you're still waiting to become something. You're in the process of becoming that something. Whereas being allows you that agency to express your thoughts as you being in that process. So maybe that's where we, yeah.
Yeah, words are so limiting, but it is all we have to try and communicate to each other. And it's beautiful that we can communicate. And I think you're saying the same thing, you're using different words. There was a next hand, yes. Okay, yeah, the panel may go first, the DVC. We'll respect the hierarchy.
No, fair enough. Just before I lose the thought about, which I think what Uzoleka is raising in terms of, and Ulanda also speaking about continuous professional development, because it's important. We assume that lecturers come in knowing, especially about teaching, and they don't. So we have to make sure in our capacity as learning and teaching people, we make sure that we create the spaces where they start to learn how to be, in terms of allowing that disruption to take place. Because when you talk about critical pedagogy, you talk about disrupting the status quo, and you give your students the tools to disrupt the status quo. But it then means that you have to be a different kind of lecturer that allows that to happen in your classroom, because you know that you are not all-knowing, you know that knowledge is evolving, you know that there's a multiplicity of knowledges and ways of knowing. Therefore, you know that happens in your classroom. But it is not automatic that someone would be a pharmacist for 10 years and then comes into academia, and we assume that, oh, they will just know. And it makes me think of Dr. McFarlane. He used to teach cooperative learning when I was a student. And he said that, you know, it's a new thing that we're teaching group work. And we do that as lecturers. And we assume that students are just going to know that one has to, yeah, that's AI. AI is like that, most. They don't like to listen for a long time. And so the assumption is that students, or you divide yourself into groups of 8. And that's it. That's the instruction that you've given. But we know in classroom management that when you give an instruction, it needs to be followed by sub-instructions that says, in a group, you need to have a note taker, you need to have the person who's going to lead, you need to have the person who's going to come and present, you need to have all of these responsibilities so that you don't have passengers in the group. Because at the end of the day, you deal with issues where they come when the assignment needs to be submitted that this one did not participate. But it's because we did not give those instructions because we assume that they will just know. So even lecturers need to be taught how to engage pedagogically and make sure that learning does take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I fully agree, and that is a journey that we're on as a faculty and as a university. The beginning your journey, when new lecturers join, the fact that we're having this colloquium to think together and reflect about being teachers is part of that. But I agree with you, there's scope for much more. There was a hand over there, yes.
Thank you. I think maybe this is further to what DVC shared now about the competencies and the capacities of the lecturer. So focusing on the classroom, in our department, we've had lots of conversations and reflections about the disruptive conversations that need to happen in the classroom. When you notice that, because of the power differentials and the different diversities in the classrooms, that there are students who are discriminating against one another in the classroom. And, sometimes it's very subtle, it's very unconscious, but it's there. And it could be gender, race, anything. So if you manage to create that safe space where there's now an open and an honest dialogue, and those who choose or who are able to use their voices speak up, but you can also see that it's starting to harm others or to polarize the classroom, many of us would then choose to rather, let's keep it safe. But then the learning does not always happen. How does one have that robust conversation that is really required to challenge the things that you see in the classroom, yet at the same time you have an hour, for example, and when it's 11 o'clock and class is over, they get up and leave, even though the conversation is heated. And you can see that not everybody has put back the worms aren't back in the can. It's open-ended, and sometimes you see now on the class WhatsApp group, there are messages coming through because people will have the need to talk, but it's harmful to others, but it's now out of your control. So maybe from your experiences or from others in the room, what are the guidance on how to have those conversations without being harmful, at the same time to ensure that, those critical questions are raised, that learning can take place, that the conversations are actually furthered in the classroom?
I think that is a topic for a whole couch conversation. I don't think there are easy answers there. I wonder if you want to take a bite at it, and then Natasha wants to come back to a previous point after that.
All right. Like I said, certain things are taught because you have an assumption that your students are mature enough to engage in robust conversation. So how do you prepare your class to start those conversations? So you will give them things to read about. The unconscious bias. What does that mean? Scapegoating. What does that mean? Prejudice. All of these issues that you as a professional think would emanate from that. So you prepare your classroom. You don't just go in there. And then, knowing that things will spill over, How do you then have rules for your WhatsApp groups for you to go over to that? You allow it to go over, but then we have certain rules because you have thought about it before. And I think we have a tendency, sometimes we get excited. We hear about things happening, oh, I'm going to start in my class. Without thinking about how do I prepare the class for such conversations. And change takes a long time. We don't have enough time in our classrooms. That's why sometimes you have to start with a flipped classroom where they start reading before the discussion starts. So there's Nolutando will tell you, your LT CoLab, we've got people who understand teaching strategies and methods and curriculum who can assist in that. But my first instinct is to say you need to prepare them for that conversation.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Natasha, you wanted to come back to something, and then and then Landa was nodding vigorously here, so maybe Landa wants to add after Natasha, and then we'll take a next stand.
To quickly just add something onto what DVC has said now, about how what's important then is to preempt, I think, the different ways in which conversations can go so that you are prepared for them. But what that goes back to is your previous point of pedagogy not being inherent to all lecturers. Oddly enough, it's a personal bugbear of mine because I used to be a high school teacher. I study a lot. And then as I continued studying after that, I noticed, and I didn't realize this before, that to lecture at a university, you don't have to have any sort of educational qualification. And that blew my mind because what happens is that you don't consider the intrinsic curriculum, what you teach with the language that you use. To call up some examples from this week alone, on presentation of a trans patient. You guys will know more about this stuff than I do. These people like to be treated, etc., etc. There are connotations to this stuff and these people, which a student might not necessarily pick up as harmful if you've not been taught that this is othering. This is subconsciously putting a box in my mind that I might continue in my practice. We have othered here, and to speak this way, then you want to see, do we speak this way in front of the patient? Is that what you also do? But again, this requires reflexive thinking. And that goes aside from dealing with the content of what's actually being taught after these people and this stuff. What I wanted to come back to was the beautiful wordplay of the becoming and the being. And I liked very much what you said about the becoming, and we nurture that. But I think where perhaps an intersection lay between what you and Landa said was that we can also uphold the being of a becoming, and where we don't silence the voice and we facilitate the growth and nurture and listen to a becoming, because the voice is still there. And even though the ideas are being molded and they may change, it's not to say that the ones being spoken are not yet of value that can teach both ways. I enjoyed very much the idea of the medical students teaching humanities, and looking at our facilitators, not on campus, in the clinical environment, going, this is what we've been taught. And perhaps that takes away from going, you said these people. You know what I mean? I think it's just something to think about.
Thank you, Natasha. Landa.
Thank you, Natasha, DVC, and Alma. So I think that's an important point that you were making. I was actually going to come back to this becoming and being. And perhaps it's something to think about and unpack. Like Alma said, language can be so restricting, right? The evolution, the context. That's what I ascribe to becoming, right? Vis-a-vis being, which means this is the end. I would even argue that we are always in a constant state of becoming, whether it's on whatever level of our lives, right? Yeah, so to go back to the preparation, I think it becomes important to prepare, like DVC has said, for softer landings, particularly when it's going to be a conversation that can easily spiral out of hand. And I think that requires a lot of sort of thinking about how the conversation is actually going to unpack. In many instances, when I talk about being transgender, I become part of the conversation with the students, medical students, and I facilitate that conversation from within. Because in that context, I have to be part of them. So I need to decenter my power as an educator in that moment and steer that conversation with them, because they all come from different contexts. And importantly, I can't stress this one enough. Before the conversation happens, it's important to set the rules of engagement. That is a non-negotiable. Everyone who comes into the space is here to learn and unlearn. There is no scope, there is no room for discrimination, for hatred, for violence. This is a safe space. Even after this lecture or this conversation, when we leave here, whatever we believe and think we know in absolute terms, we have no right to spill that over in any negative way to another student. So it becomes important to set the rules on the go and then become an insider within the conversation and facilitate and guide that discussion, particularly because it's going to be such a critical conversation considering the contexts of the students. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you. So as an educator, being aware of the intersectionality, but also creating the rules of engagement. Lovely. Are there any other final hands? Oh, there's a 1, 2. Right, and then I think we'll need to end it there. Can I show my hand at you?
Thanks very much. I've just been thinking, and back to the whole power dynamics thing. A lot of the time, I think people have an attitude of, I suffered this way as a student, and therefore you must suffer too. And part of my becoming was the suffering, and I turned out okay, and it made me tougher or whatever. And we now know, I think those of us who are more in education, we're realizing that the student is very different, the world is very different, and the things have changed. But as educators then, we also have a responsibility when it comes to our students going into the workplace to somehow give that across to the people that they're going to be taught by, because I think a lot of it comes in there. Where, as you said, the specialist who treats the student badly because they were treated badly, and now it's their turn to be able to do it to someone else because I was embarrassed, now I'm going to embarrass the student. And it's something that we really also have to think about when it comes to teaching our students how to behave in those situations and maybe speak up in a gentle way. But yeah, it was just, I just kept thinking of that, the becoming and the role of that power dynamic and how it can actually be a really ugly cycle and how to break that.
Thank you. And to all our panelists, first and foremost, to say it has been a really engaging conversation. And I think all of us are very glad to have witnessed and been part of it. And then secondly, just to say, as a person who's obviously walked the path as well, I was once a student. And in those spaces where we were voiceless, it has always been difficult to, find your voice. Because as you say, Natasha, there are these double bind sort of situations that you find yourself in, where you see, dignity being thrown to the dogs, so to speak. But you feel if you speak even your own dignity is at risk. Even your own safety is at risk. And one of the things that I can tell you did help me personally was to always, always model the behavior I want to see in my consultant. So even if you do not necessarily have the voice or the ability to say, but this person has already indicated their needs and you're going against their needs, you yourself as a student can model that. And you can model that in the consultant's presence, not in an arrogant way, but as you said, in a gentle way that affirms your convictions, that affirms what you believe. And I do find that even if the consultant doesn't turn around and say, Natasha, I learned something from you on that particular day, be assured that they will definitely learn something from you there.
Thank you very much. We're almost out of time, so I think, is there time for a last word from each person? Okay. Just maybe one sentence. Oh, you've got your own mics. One minute. 1 minute for you.
No, one sentence is fine. No, I just want to say, Faculty of Health Sciences, the Executive Dean, the Director of Learning and Teaching, Elma, your study, going back to your PhD. And really, I'm happy that Viwe is here, Viwe, from the LT CoLab, regarding the scholarship of teaching and learning. Maybe not, it will be a minute. I think it's important, you heard when I was introduced, I talked about reflective practitioners, because I really believe that you have your disciplinary grounding. So you know, as nursing science person, this is what you do, as a social worker, this is what you do. But you are in this environment where students come in with all of the experiences embodied that they come into this pedagogical encounter. How do you reflect in a scholarly way? Not just excellent teaching and good teaching, we'll give you a certificate for that, post, ne? But now you need to look deeper in a scholarly way and reflect using research methodologies for you to come to an understanding and share that with the public, the scholarship public, to say, these are the findings, like you did through your PhD, and I hope that you've got articles, ne, based on that PhD.
They're coming.
Oh, they are coming. So those articles are coming. But I, as Nelson Mandela University, that's something that I'm driving as well. Because we talk about the humanizing pedagogy. We talk about critical pedagogy. We talk about affirmations and all of these wonderful things. And we go and present at conferences. And someone from another university listens to us and they go and write about it. When we say, oh yeah, we started that, but just talking. Remember, we are academics in a university. We need to be scholars. So if you don't want to be a scholar in your discipline, be a scholar in the scholarship of teaching and learning. Oh, there's a red flag. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that encouragement. Landa, last word.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for this and for inviting me into the space. I'm really encouraged, very much encouraged, to think about my own journey into scholarship, into the academy, and also my own positionality as a Black transgender man in South Africa, you know, coming from the context that I came from and hearing that advancements in how teaching and learning are happening include people like me. That's very important. And I think, Alma, you've always been a fierce ally, and it takes allyship to start shifting things, right? Because ally are closer to the center of privilege when we think about intersectionality, and allies carry a bit of power in how they can change things for marginalized, excluded, vulnerable populations to actually be seen, heard, affirmed, and respected, because that's the root of it all. It goes back to the fundamentals of respecting humans, and seeing people and not wanting to erase or invalidate their lived experiences. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. It looks like we are on the right direction, and I'm very comforted in knowing that at least consultants who will have come out of NMU will be compassionate, will be kind, will be reflective consultants, so that we don't replicate and reproduce these broken systems and structures and institutional ways of doing things in how we interact in a healthcare context. So I never thought I would live to see a university like NMU speak about gender affirming healthcare, especially because I spent some time growing up in Gqeberha. So it's very comforting, and I'm very encouraged to hear these diverse perspectives, and also the commitment to producing the paper. So DVC is making a very valid point. The articles need to be written. The reflections need to be on paper, because that is what is going to drive thinking and learning and unlearning, particularly in this important field. So thank you very much, and all the best. Yeah, as you move into the next layers and levels of curriculum development in the school.
Thank you very much, Linda. Natasha, and then we are out of time.
I would like to say that it has been an honor and a privilege to be included in this room and these discussions, to see the thought, the intense thought and discussion and ideologies that go behind making the programs into what they are. It's very affirming. Gives me insight for what my next studying is going to be. And I've learned so much in these sessions, Prof, that I really hope to incorporate into my practice and to hopefully teach when the time comes to do so. Hopefully in a couple of years, Landa, I can be one of those consultants that are teaching intentionally. Thank you, Prof.
I need to say thank you, and I made some notes, but it's not even going to capture what I've personally have experienced. The power is jokingly used, but we forget how much of it we actually have. And being a nurse educator, having educational background, I still sit here and think there's lots we have to change. So by standing to our motto, let's change the world, and the world starts here. So thank you very, very much, Prof. de Vries. And Mr. Mabenge, thank you very much.
I'm sure you're going to mail it to him, right?
Yes. Courier. I also need to thank Prof. Zingela for that act opening and challenging us. And that concludes our first session for this morning. We have nipped a few minutes off your tea time. Please join us for tea if you go out to your left, and try and be as punctual as possible. Our next session starts at 11. Remember, half the plenary session is here and also in the other venue. It's clearly marked for you outside, Carmen.
For those of you that have not registered, please do so. It's to the right as you exit the door.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Natalie, and I'm the facilitator of the next session. Just a quick description of the session. So we have 4 people who will be presenting, of which the 4th one is a poster presentation that will be presented to us. So each of the presenters have 20 minutes, and presenters, I have to use the yellow card when you have 2 minutes remaining, and then the red card when your time is up. Then after each presentation, there'll be about 5 minutes for questions and answers, and then we would move to the next person. Right, so first up is our colleague here, Mr. Tapelo from Dietetics, Human Nutrition and Dietetics Department. So thank you very much.
Okay, it does work. Good morning, everyone, colleagues. Thank you for having me today. I'm going to be presenting on the improvement of English and study proficiency for first-year students in the Department of Human Nutrition and Dietetics. It is an initiative which was started to help first-year students with coming to the university setting. Firstly, I'd also like to start by acknowledging the Department of Higher Education and Training through the University Capacity Development Program, as they are funding the program that we are busy with in the department. Also, Prof. Anneli Ressa and Dr. Nketia Vieira, who are also helping me with the program, facilitate the program. And also the third-year facilitators, which are also busy with the students. I'm actually a bit nervous at the moment, but I'm getting through it. So, firstly, we need to look into the background of why we are looking at English as a language of communication. So firstly, I looked at Stats SA to look at which language is being spoken the most. We looked at, from the information that I found, we found that isiXhosa is, oh, my tongue doesn't click, ne? So I'm going to be butchering it the entire time, but then you get the idea behind it. isiXhosa and isiZulu are the most commonly spoken languages at 40% of the population for home languages. Then that changes when we come to the university setting as the medium of communication changes to English. And that can tend to be a problem for most students as as you find that they need to adapt to speaking in English. And this is often very difficult, and it can end up hindering their academic success, as Professor and Stansberry have written an article on it also. So, the academic impact of language barriers. So limited English proficiency can result in low academic performance, decreased confidence, reduced retention of academic workload. And this is something which is very important to notice earlier on in the first years and try and help the students get through it. It also can affect them in their later years in the clinical platforms, where you find that when they are working with patients, they do not have the confidence which is required to communicate with the patients, or they are not fluent enough in English to be able to communicate with patients. So basically, they might not be asking the right questions, they might be leaving important stuff out, and then it affects the clinical intervention with the patients in the hospital settings. Then also I looked at the Nelson Mandela University institutional indicators for 2024, and it indicated that 51% of students' home language was isiXhosa, and 16% of the students spoke English as a home language, and 34% spoke other languages as their home language. Since our study is focused in the Department of Human Nutrition and Dietetics, I also looked at the students from there, and majority of the students spoke isiXhosa and isiZulu as their home language. But that has been changing now, there's been a shift in the current year where we find that there's more Tsonga, Venda, Sotho speaking students. So the problem statement is, besides the language, there is also culture. There are certain ways in which we are taught, which we move into life with. For example, whenever I am greeting the elderly, I always do this. It doesn't matter who it is or where I am, it is something which has been taught to me. So you find that there's other things which we are also taught, that when you are talking to the elderly or people older than you, you do not ask questions. You just digest the information that is given to you, whether it is true or whether they are lying. So that is certain things that we are taught in different cultures. It may differ, but then in others it is there. So a study done by Hasi, I think, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. In the hospital setting, they found that patients might avoid asking doctors questions due to respect, due to communication difficulties, due to not being able to even understand what is being prescribed or recommended, or the treatment that they are receiving. So this is similar to students, where you find that they might have cultural barriers which are also affecting them, who may have difficulty asking the lecture questions due to seeing them as an authority figure, or due to difficulty with communicating in English, and even due to confidence. Therefore, students might be comfortable speaking with facilitators or other peer students in the university setting. In the buddy program, what we have done was to ensure that we are helping the students to communicate properly, to learn English the proper terms to use. We have used third-year facilitators. So our third-year students, our facilitators, to help guide the students in their journey into the university and into the department. So the goals of the buddy program is to create and enable the implementation of a tailored, innovative learning and teaching initiative, which aligns with the university's vision for 2030. It provides a transformative and engaging space which is tailored for impactful learning and teaching. It also promotes inclusivity, academic excellence, and equitable opportunities. And to also ensure that we meet the goals, we aligned the program with our timetable. So we've included the buddy program into our timetable to sort of make it compulsory. We are not forcing them, it is compulsory, but okay, we made it compulsory for all first-year students, but it is not actually a case that we are forcing them. It's just to try and make sure that they use the space and engage as much as possible. And this has also been done by including the buddy program into the food science module to formalize the program. And I've already mentioned the use of the third-year students as facilitators. The reason for using the students as facilitators is because it encourages questioning. It builds student confidence and also support understanding in the lectures. The third-year students have already underwent most of the lectures in the department, and they are well versed and understand how the department works and how the program works. So it is much easier for them to connect with the first-year students, explaining everything that they are going to go through. The program also helps with the pass rate of problem modules which are not supported by the SI system of the university in the department. Because we also try and include other factors into the program, such as helping them with writing skills, plagiarism, referencing. We help them with funda, how to upload assignments and everything. So the aims and objectives are to improve academic performance and confidence among first-year students, assisting them to gradually adapt to the English language and study environment. The objectives is to provide teaching aids and learning resources to assist students in understanding subject-specific English, the employment of third-year students as bilingual facilitators, and to develop and implement workshop focusing on academic writing, reading, comprehension, and oral communication in English for all students. It also promotes cross-linguistic understanding and creates a supportive academic environment for all students, and with the aiding of Moodle Funda and management of their studies. The study setting, as mentioned earlier on, is the Department of Human Nutrition, and all first-year students partake in the study. And it's not only limited to isiXhosa or Zulu-speaking students. Everyone is welcome to join, or even Africans. The number of students currently taking part are 44, and there's, as mentioned earlier on, additional time on the timetable for interaction with lecturers and facilitators, and this happens every week. The methodology, the way we did it was the recruitment of 6 bilingual third-year students as facilitators for the buddy program. Since we saw that there's a shift in the students, like cultural backgrounds and the language which is spoken, the 6 facilitators that we have chosen come from all languages. I'm not sure if I'm actually saying it correctly, but we have students which are Xhosa, Zulu. There's a student who is Pedi, Tsonga, and Venda. And when it comes to English, I'm the one who's responsible for the English. I did Afrikaans, but it disappeared through the years. So Prof is the one who helps with that. And also in the development of learning material. So the department already has an existing glossary which translates isiXhosa and Afrikaans to English. But the facilitators are also busy with a new glossary which actually sort of includes all of the 12 languages. I don't want to actually, because you might hold me accountable for this later on, I don't want to actually say 12, but since the 6 different facilitators with different languages, they've created a new glossary with those languages. Yes. And the use of visual aids in isiXhosa, isiZulu, and Afrikaans. So since the first semester is done, the food science module is going to be adapted to include isiXhosa and Afrikaans words terminology into it. I think there's a picture which clearly explains how we're actually doing it. Then the inclusion of translations from the glossary into tests, quizzes, and exams. So since the test 2, it's all of the tests that they've had in the department has had a terminology section which was to aid them in terms of difficulties with language, which you will also be able to see clearly afterwards. Then workshops and tutorials. So there are weekly compulsory interactive workshops for the first year students, and it focuses on oral communication skills, one-on-one and group presentations. It also focuses on essay writing, referencing, and English grammar skills. We've also invited Grammarly to come and assist with writing skills and also how to help with their assignment in terms of grammar and spelling. In terms of referencing, Dr. Nketia has helped, given them 3 sessions of referencing. Then in terms of monitoring and evaluation, we have pre and post-intervention quizzes and questionnaires. We also have student and facilitator feedback through questionnaires on how to improve their program. So this is just an example of one of the glossaries. On the left-hand side is the glossary. So the translation from English to isiXhosa and from English to Afrikaans. And that is already part of the food science module guide. And then on the other side, it's an example of how we have incorporated this terminology into the test papers and also the exam papers that they just wrote. So basically, 1.10, as you can see in italics over there, there's a section which has the Xhosa word and the Afrikaans word explanation. Can I move on? Okay, the expected outcomes is to improve their academic performance and the confidence of the students. And this is measured through test and examination results and the improvement in post-assessments during the program and confidence during presentations. This will result in a higher pass rate for students from these linguistic backgrounds in the first year, and the program will also create a more inclusive academic environment that values and supports multilingualism, which is in alignment with the language policy of the university. So here we have one of the preliminary evaluation form results for it was done immediately after they wrote their first test, which included the isiXhosa and Afrikaans terminology. And basically, out of the 44 students which were part of the class, 26 students completed the evaluation form. So the first question was, which language do you speak? And based on their home language, 8 students said that they speak English, 7 said it's isiXhosa, 5 said it's isiZulu, and 2 said Afrikaans, and 4 were from the other languages. The students who mentioned that they are English, some are from other languages, maybe speaking Sotho or Venda, but since they studied English as a home language, that's why they wrote it like that. We also looked at how they felt about the inclusion of isiXhosa and Afrikaans word in the test, and 50% of the students said that they were not sure. 31% agreed with it, and 19% disagreed if it made it easier for them to understand. We also asked in terms of the improvement of their confidence, and 19% said that it increased their confidence. 69% were not sure, neutral, and 12% disagreed. And there was also a question which asked, was the inclusion of isiXhosa and Afrikaans word in the test confusing? And 46% said no, 35% said it had no effect, and 19% said yes. And when it came to asking them, would they recommend us including other languages in their test to help other students with understanding, 88% agreed, 4% disagreed, and 8% were not sure. And these are some of the comments we got as the evaluation form had a section for comments. So one said that it is pointless, including other languages which are not are spoken by half the class and does not accommodate the other half. One mentioned that all languages should be added. The class is diverse. Some students don't understand isiXhosa and Afrikaans. It should be fair for all, one for all. And the last one mentioned that even though it is helpful, it is unnecessarily distracting, especially when trying to know and use certain English terminologies which are already constructed well. Rather, clear, simple explanation of the terms than the inclusion of other languages. Okay, these are the results for their pass rate for their module now. So 2024 versus 2025. The blue indicates the percentage, pass percentage for all registered students, and the orange indicates for only students who wrote exams. So you can see that there is an increase in the percentage in terms of the pass. There are other limitations that we have in terms of the program, such as which can affect student academic performance, which include transport, access to internet, late registration, and funding. And conclusion. This program addresses the urgent need to support students in overcoming linguistic barriers in the department, and it helps enhance their English proficiency, and the program helps with equal access to education, and it fosters an inclusive learning environment. In addition, providing all students in the classes with better coping skills in the university environment through various classes which are being offered. Lastly, the program will not only empower individual students, but also contribute to the broader goal of social justice and academic equity in South Africa. And these are the references. Thank you. If you have any questions for me, that is my email, my working out.
Are you saying you don't want questions now? We have time for a maximum of 2 questions. If there is that you want to ask now, to not email him. Prof. Keet.
Yeah, sorry, man, I'm not going to email you. I might email you afterwards, okay? But I was just very interested in the fact that your quantitative data shows that this is working, right? Your qualitative, meaning the students' experience thereof, is a little bit, in that way. I wonder what would you, maybe you have the ideas as to how do we influence the experience, because it's important, it does work, and how they then feel it almost on their skin, the qualitative part thereof. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. I thought we were going to start with simple questions like, Tapelo, how do you feel about the program? Something along those lines. Mm. Okay, I do agree with what she just said because it seems that the program is working in terms of looking at the results which are being provided. I think in terms of the qualitative part, it is a bit tricky because when I took this results, it was from the first test. So I think if I include the other evaluation forms and we compare the results from that, you might find that now they have adapted to it and they understand the program much better and they view it differently. I think that will be included later on as I have evaluated all of the resources that I have.
Thank you, and I hope we can have access to, to that when you've done the full evaluation.
Yes.
Viwe?
Have you considered having two different papers, one in English and one multilingual, and offering the students the option of which one they can choose to run?
Yes, it can be an option that we can look into. I think currently it's been just a state that the program just picked up very quickly and having to adapt to it and bring everything together was sort of a struggle, but this semester it can be something that we can actually look into. Then as I am the one who's creating the papers, I think I can actually be able to separate them and create two.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Busi, you'll have to email Tapelo and ask your question. I think there were more hands. So please, you're going to get those emails with the questions. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Right, then next up, Mr. Daniel Brink from Emergency Medical Care.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel. I'm from the Emergency Medical Care Department. I tried to just go back to the slides, but now everything is going forward. Just excuse me quickly. I'm not used to this kind of technology where you can use a clicker. That was a bit of sarcasm. Oh my word, this is not going well for me at all. Okay. Now we can relax. So I want to talk about transforming clinical assessment. It's about work-integrated learning, work-based learning, with the bigger holistic aim of addressing healthcare educator shortages. So in the very small niche that we are in emergency medical care, I'm just going to tell you what we've done and demonstrate a model that could be expanded and then also used in other health profession programs. So, how many of you had the following question where you have this gut feeling where you're not sure when a student appeal comes to you, as clinical educators, we very much often have to rely on our own sense and opinion when marking students' work submitted or when providing on-site clinical evaluations. And then many times, obviously, it will differ from person to person. It is further of a big relevance topic, especially for healthcare shortages in the Eastern Cape. What can we do to improve? So if we take the three model system: problem, solution, benefit, and that's what I want to present to you. The pain points with our traditional work integrated learning assessments are it's very time sensitive. There's often inconsistent standards, subjective feedback like the gut feeling evaluations. You get students who challenge why they have failed a test, an exam, and if your foundation isn't well set in terms of what your curriculum outcomes are, your learning outcomes, what has been taught, what is being assessed, then that puts a lot of stress, obviously, on the educator themselves, leading to overwhelming workload and potential for burnout. So this ripple effect can lead to either we lower our standards or we just default to we are doing the best with what we've got. Okay. Introduction, Microsoft Teams. So that it's no AI, but you do get AI for Microsoft Teams. So speaking from work integrated learning, a bit of background. Our program consists of students undergoing clinical placements in hospitals and on ambulances, where they have to go and not just spend hours on a clinical site, but also achieve a minimum number set of skills as laid out by our professional board. In order to achieve this, a set template or a plan is given, where students have 4 years to get exposure to a minimum of 450 patients. For example, they need to take a minimum of, or document taking patient medical history of 130 patients, or cite IVs also to a minimum of 130 patients. So in the past, it's a lot of paperwork, and I think many professions still do it paper-based. So by simply using with what we've got, so we've got the full Microsoft package, what can we do to digitalize our work integrated learning platform? So on Teams, there's a nice app already built in called Teams Shifts, and that we use to book our students. So it's an example of where you just literally have to go and place all your available slots. So for example, at Livingston Hospital, ED, I will make 4 slots available, so meaning 4 students can be booked there. Then you go and you allocate shifts to those open slots. The nice thing about this is students, the results, everything gets exported to a spreadsheet. Okay, no? So that's the one nice thing, because we all love spreadsheets. After a shift, students then use that device on a simple Microsoft form where they capture the shift details. So when the shift was, which year group they are in, where they worked, under what supervision qualification they worked, and they capture that, and that also gets translated into a lovely spreadsheet. In the end, I'm sitting with so much data. We're sitting with so much data, like you can see for an example, the one in the middle, term 4 of last year, 2024, just from, so we are a fairly small department, 115 students average. Just for term 4, I had 781 shift entries. So that's 781 individual shifts done by an average of 100 students. So that times 4 is quite a lot of paperwork to go through. So what to do? Teams give us nice graphs and stuff, but you still need to sit with the spreadsheet data and apply your assessment method to generate a mark. What's very interesting is always going through the shift reflections that students have to do, also per shift. So you can imagine per term, 781 individual shift reflections, like I've just highlighted this one shift reflection from a student. It's so much valuable information. Number one, it helps the student, it guides them to reflect, and also it's a requirement for our program coming from our professional board that students must have, there must be proof of reflection. So this ticks that box. But again, with having limited educators, I think we are just under half our department is currently being represented in this room. So,
you wish.
So it leaves a big blank space. Like, who's going to do all that work? Right? Introduce AI. Right? So I've been trying to be very front-footed on how can we use a tool, a technology tool like AI, to help and analyze, to help and filter our spreadsheet data to the point where can AI take a patient care record, a patient report form that a student have completed by pen, can AI scan it and analyze it and convert it to a readable text that can then be converted into a mark, to generate a mark. So when you go on Claude, so Claude is just one of the few examples, no? But in Claude, you can create what they call a project, where you upload knowledge files to the project. So we've uploaded all our learner guides, the BMC prospectus. It's got all the scope and medications lists, all the work integrated learning rubrics. And then you basically ask it, please review this shift reflection, please review this patient report form from a student, a 4th year level, a 3rd year level, analyze it, mark it according to the rubric, pull up the rubric. So just by speaking normally, as you would with a co-worker, the AI assistant can do that for you. So what's also interesting, and this has come a bit more in development from this year, is to get access to the model, the model's thinking process, so that you can go into its thought process and see, but okay, how did it get to your response? And that also increases a bit of validity and then also trust to some extent. So obviously, as academics, we want to follow an evidence-informed decision-making process. We can't just do things on gut feeling, or let me try this out or that. So that was the first thing that we had to do, is to check, is our current methods, outcomes, assessments all aligned and that gave us a chance to realign things. Then this is a screenshot just of a Moodle page for our third year module, where students can obviously get all the learning management system information about the module. There's the links to the Microsoft Forms and all of that. Now, I want to skip forward to an example. So this is an example of a patient report form that a student has submitted. So this could be one of many per shift. No? So students would submit an average of 4 to 5 patient report forms per shift. So if you take that 781 just for term 4, times 4 or 5, it gets to a lot. So again, is it even possible to comprehend a method? So in the past, we would simply only say, okay, we're going to randomly select 2 shifts, and we're going to pull shift reflections from that and patient report forms. So if a student submitted, for example, 10 shifts for term 4, we would randomly select 2 by chance and then assess that to generate the mark. When using AI through this model, this is an example of a report that the AI agent then generates. So what's very nice here is it not only has taken the current rubric, it has simplified it, and it's giving that extra feedback that you as an educator would want to give the student. And it's actually humanizing to give it and dehumanizing not to give it, especially with our institution, mission, vision, all of that. So by using AI, you can fast track things to get specific student feedback results to the student so that there can be that conversation to improve on areas where they need assistance. Some challenges faced initially was obviously learning the system, how to use it, but the potential of this can be as much as if you can think it, it can be done. So this is not just scratching the surface. This is just, if this is the surface, we're just like barely dusting it. There's so much more that can be done. For a simple example, instead of prior to this, a student would get the feedback, you need to work more on your patient care, for example. That's a very generic, what does it mean? Whereas from now we can say, you need to, so you have failed this submission because your vital signs were incomplete, your history taking was incomplete, it wasn't according to a SOAP method documented or whatever. The medications, the dosage, the calculations, the patient weight, those are missing, and therefore you score this percentage in the test or in the assessment. So yeah, that is basically it. I'm not too sure what I'm doing for time, but what else is in the pipeline? So I want to show you this. So this has also been in a pipeline, again using AI, but on a coding level. There's the term that developers use is vibe coding. So one of the co-founders and current CEO of OpenAI, that we know ChatGPT, is that the new coding language isn't a foreign language, it's simple English. NLP, natural language processing. So if you can type, if you can speak, you can code. So this web app that's embedded in Moodle is a visual, so work integrated learning assistant chatbot, students can select their year level and then start typing. So this has been preloaded with knowledge files specific to the work integrated learning module, which I'm very excited about. There's a lot of ums and ahs and ethical, is it private, how can you ensure boundaries? So I've covered all of that to the best that I know is possibly possible. So yeah, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I see the contact details on there, so you don't want the email, you want the questions now. Okay. All right, questions to Daniel. Okay.
So,
what are your
so
consultation
I will
hours?
speak to my head of department and we can speak about secondary contracts and stuff for the department.
Pussy?
Just to say that I had my hand up as soon as he closed his mouth. But I just wanted to do a comment more than a question to say, for me, learning from what you guys are doing and working, on the side with another project that we're working on, it's very encouraging that you're continuing to play around with AI. And actually, quite interestingly, in a course that I'm busy trying to rebrand and rework at the department, LXD is doing so much with the artificial intelligence, and we're not really tapping into it, I think, because I was talking to Bendre yesterday, and we were really just looking at all of the possibilities around the different artificial intelligence softwares that could be incorporated to make sure, particularly for big classes, that or big data that you're dealing with in the classroom, to make sure that you are able to gain efficiency, streamlining, and accuracy in your course.
Thank you. So we don't all need to come to you for the consultations. There are other resources that we can access. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Cherise?
Thank you, Daniel. I'm definitely coming to you for consultation. I desperately need assistance because is something that I'm battling with in terms of the coordination, because it's so labor intensive, and time is just never sufficient to get to terms with what needs to be done. And by the time you get to July, which is now, you're pulling out your hair, because when the end of year verification comes, you battle because all these things are not in one place. So I'm definitely going to come to you, or you can come to me. And I need, you spoke about Claude. I want to know who Claude is. I need to know all these things that you're doing, because it's really going to assist, especially in the way that our world is structured. So thank you very much for giving me hope that I can actually do what I need to do and get it done by the time that it needs to be done. Thank you.
I'm glad. Thanks for that feedback.
I just wanted to ask about the information that you put onto an AI platform. Is it inherently protected and kept confidential, or how do we make sure that we're not breaching the POPI Act by uploading?
Yes.
For example, if you upload a patient's assessment form,
Yes.
or that's can a student search, to say, "Hi Claude, I know that my lecturer has uploaded my entire reflective task, and I'm just wondering, how am I doing? How can I improve my mark?" Could the student engage with Claude from the other side to manipulate it to their advantage in some way? I don't know if that kind of thing is possible. I'm just wondering how Claude or any AI, does it inherently have barriers that keep that information only between you and the AI platform?
No, that's a great question. That's something I've been pondering a lot about and doing a lot of investigating and research. So Claude from Anthropic, they started about a year and 3 months after OpenAI went public. And their whole model was based on privacy measures, ethical boundaries. And I think OpenAI, after a lot of lawsuits and also coming into the public eye, started to also up their game, and so did Google, Facebook with Llama. Not sure if many of us know that our WhatsApp messages, those terms and conditions that you just click and update every year, there's so much data that is being fed to a global cloud system that we are unaware of. But in terms of academic integrity, privacy, that was my key focus, to make sure that nothing gets shared, even institutional documents. So thinking of learner guides, policies, those things. So by knowing what to do and knowing what not to do is very important. And that's why faculty development, staff training is needed in this area. Not just for students, but for staff. And not just for staff, but for students. So yeah, valid question there. But yeah, there's a lot more I can say on that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Karen.
I just think you touched on something quite critical, is that we have all these questions, but we become afraid to try. So it's about trying and then admitting I did this didn't work, and just asking. You know, that synergy comment from this morning is going to be stuck in my mind for a long time, because synergy actually means that together we become stronger. And
Yes.
that's the difference in saying, you know, yes, we are afraid of poppy or need to adhere, but it mustn't stop us from trying these new things.
It's I was sorry for jumping through the slides. You learn by doing. So when I started to become an educator, my mindset was very much set on you teach how you were taught. So if you were taught in the simple method through see one, do one, teach one, you're touching the learning parameters where there's very little learning that takes place in a classroom setting, but the moment you teach somebody else, there's so much more reflection going on and stuff. The same with trying out new tools. During COVID, I think we were all hit with a Moodle clap. Now we call it Funda. So for those of you that don't know, Funda means learn in Xhosa. So we just have to do it. Don't be scared, just do it. Saying that, we can't just go bazonk and say now, take our institutional documents, policies, assessments, student information, student marks. We can't use that on a public open AI, a public AI space. It needs to be in a secured way. So yeah. I mean, it's a tool. So there's this thinking, you can chop down a tree with an axe. We've done it for gazillions of years. You can now also cut a tree down using a chainsaw. AI is a tool. It can do things faster, but you need to know how to use the chainsaw.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm also just reminded of the value of this, the colloquium, that as much as we must try, we then also need to share what we learn, so that, you know, we learn from each other's experiences as well. So thank you, Daniel, for sharing that with us. Thank you very much. Then next up, we have Nicole Worthington from the Department of Pharmacy.
It's 2 minutes to afternoon, so still good morning, everyone. So my presentation today is on flipping the classroom to promote attendance and participation. And really what I'm doing today, this wasn't a research topic. This was not something that I went into with a methodology thought of beforehand and a protocol. It's something that I just tried, and I want to share some of my experience with doing it, and the good, the bad, and where I think it has some promise. So why did I decide to change? Poor class attendance, firstly, often below 60% class attendance with some of the lectures, and lack of student participation. I felt like I was speaking at my students. I wasn't discussing with them. And because of that, when I was marking the assessments, I could see that the students weren't grasping the concepts. You know, when you're marking an exam and you're like, oh, but I thought they got it, and no one asked, but clearly they are missing the mark. There's core concepts that they just are not grasping. And what does that mean? It means you have a dejected lecturer, and that's kind of where I was sitting. I was starting to feel frustrated. What am I doing wrong? I am quite passionate about what I teach. I want my students to understand. I want my students to do well, but something is not clicking here. So I decided to try the flipped classroom approach. So because we're academics, let's have a little chat about what a flipped classroom is and where it comes from. So basically, it's a pedagogical model where the traditional lecture and homework elements are swapped. They're reversed. So you first engage with the content outside of class, and typically through various resources. And I like that because it accommodates the different learning styles. And then when you come together as a class, you apply the knowledge in class with discussions, problem solving, and different collaborative projects. I quite like this definition of the learning network. It's a pedagogical approach in which direct instruction moves from the group learning space to the individual learning space, resulting in a dynamic, interactive learning environment where the educator guides the students as they apply the concepts and engage creatively with the subject matter. And even though we are a science department, I think, especially in health sciences, creativity is a big thing. Though we have very set rules, creativity is required to think about the problems we have. We are problem-solving faculty. So I like the word creative there. So where does it come from? The roots are in constructivist learning theory. And it gained prominence in the early 2000s with some high school teachers from the USA. And they started popularizing the approach in 2007. What they did was they recorded their lectures for students who missed the class, and that got people talking about, well, what is the role of the classroom itself? And then the Khan Academy, which was started in 2006, they provided free online instructional videos, which are now available on the internet. And educators began to rethink about, well, do I have to be doing this every time in the classroom? The theoretical foundations, as I said, constructivism, so based on Piaget and Vygotsky's work from 1978, where learners actively construct their knowledge through experience and reflection. And we've spoken about how important reflection is already. And so the pre-class materials allow the students to explore the content at their own pace, and then the in-class activities provide social context and meaning for deeper understanding. The other theoretical foundation is something we know about, Bloom's taxonomy. So some of the lower order thinking can be done with the pre-class activities where you learn the facts, learn it to understand it, and then in the class, the higher order thinking, the analyzing, the evaluating, and the creating can happen when we're in a more interactive environment. And then also active learning and peer instruction based on Eric Mazur's peer instruction model. We know that student-student interaction is very important for learning. Students learn from each other because they speak the same language. They have the same, a lot of them the same age or the same cultural backgrounds, so they really help with getting information from each other. So enhanced conceptual understanding through student-student interaction and problem solving. So it was first adopted into higher education, prominently in secondary schooling in the STEM environments. But it has also been included in tertiary education, and there was the study I've shown there was looking across STEM. It was looking at all different programs, and they found that it was effective across the board in enhancing deeper understanding. And then I looked particularly for pharmacy, since I'm a pharmacist, and it has also, there was a meta-analysis of pharmacy education finding that there's significant enhancement of student learning outcomes and exam performance from a flipped classroom approach. Okay, there's the history, the background. Now we know what we're talking about. Let's talk a little bit about what I did here. So I flipped one of my modules in the first semester now. It's called ZTM 402, and it is a pharmaceutical manufacturing module. It's taught in the 4th year, so expectation of higher level blooms. And the module is about the application of good manufacturing practice, or GMP. And the nice thing about GMP is that it is governed by quite a widely accepted international guide called the PICS guideline. In South Africa, we've adopted this PICS guideline, which is also based on the EU guideline, and it's used not every country in the world, but quite widely across the world. This is the basic guideline that's used for good manufacturing practice. The concepts of good manufacturing practice are very simple. If you had to read the guideline, you go, oh yeah, well that makes sense. You've got to have a documentation system. Yeah, your personnel have to be trained. Yeah, you've got to have a risk management system. Oh, that makes sense. But where the cookie crumbles is in the application. I know this because I worked in pharmaceutical manufacturing for 13 years, and GMP is a complicated thing. And the type of decision-making that the pharmacist is going to be expected to make based on GMP out there is a very complicated system. And it takes someone to think creatively and put a whole lot of different things together. So it's not just answering a question. It's applying. It's being able to do a risk assessment. If this is what's happened with my patient or with my product, how will it affect my patient? It's connecting the manufacturing side of pharmacy to how it might affect the patient. So it's a very interesting space to be in. And actually, one of my students the one day when I was talking asked, but ma'am, this is pharmaceutics. Why do you keep talking about the patient? Isn't this more about the product? And I said, everything is about the patient. We make the product for the patient. So in everything you do, your job as a pharmacist in industry is to be the voice of the patient on the factory floor. And that's where these good manufacturing practices come in, and what I'm trying to take across to the students. It takes a lot of critical thinking in this module to be able to do that, to think about how the humidity of your room might affect your patient at the end of the day. Things like that. But the other nice thing about this module is that there's quite a lot of online information on GMP because of the international guidelines. So what did I do in this scenario? The first thing I had to do was consider the notional hours. You can't now give students a whole lot of extra work to do when the notional hours only allow for X amount. This is a 15 credit module, so 150 notional hours. On the timetable in previous years, this module has been assigned 3 double lectures per week. So what did I do? I went and negotiated with some of my colleagues, and I said, come, let's see what we can do with the timetable. I want the students once a week for a long session. because I was thinking about the activities I wanted to do in class, and I was thinking, I can't fit that into our 70-minute session. It's not enough time to grapple with these things. And the other thing is I need to give the students time to do some of this work as well that I'm giving them to do to prepare for the lecture. So I negotiated with one of my colleagues that I had them once a week for a double-double. That's 2.5 hours. And that allowed me to give spot quizzes at the start of the class, and I'll explain why I did that often. It accommodated discussion. It allowed us to work through scenarios together as a whole class. And then also the group activities could be completed during the session, rather than as homework. I'm giving them enough preparation work as homework. I don't want to give them more homework to take home and do after. I want them to do it during the time. And then the third double lecture a week, I gave them as preparation time. So I also ensured that each session had marks associated with it. A quiz or a group activity that would be handed in during the session, and this was literally to bribe the students into coming to class. So the next thing I did, I had to select the materials for the preparation that I gave to them as their pre-homework. And I tried to go diverse there. So I looked at text, and for the text, it was mainly the GMP guideline, because that is what this module is based on. Then I also found some really good GMP training videos on YouTube, which is really good for your auditory learners, and also explain some of the concepts nicely. The other thing that I did, which I didn't really want to do, but I did do it because for some students, change from a traditional lecture into something like this is very scary. And I'm doing it to them in their 4th year. So I took some previous voice-over PowerPoint lectures and also put them on for those students who just like the PowerPoint and lecturer talking. There was no more or less information that was shared on those lectures than there's in the guideline or on the videos I posted, but some students just felt more comfortable with that. So I gave them that option. And the other thing that I put on were webinars from industry experts. I was a little bit worried that some of this might go a bit over their heads, but what it really allowed was contextualization and application of how these principles are actually used in practice. And they could hear the language of the different microbiologists and pharmacists and people speaking. So I thought that was a really good way of showing how this all comes together. Then I would also post to Funda to indicate which videos go with which GMP chapter, which is core content, so mandatory reading or viewing, and which is supplementary to assist with your understanding. And some students will go and look at that supplementary, others will just ignore, but at least it's there. If they want deeper understanding, here's where you can find it. I also gave them, I found as I was going through, the approximate length of the video so that the students could manage their time. So they know, okay, this is going to take me 18 minutes, which some of them do. And then also, I indicated which content was for which contact session. So I would break the module into sections, and then I would do something like this on Funda, where I'm saying, you know, you fancy. I would use one of these books. You know, read the videos on this chapter, and so it's on Wednesday. That's the own time, because it's on the timetable that they've got a lecture on the Wednesday, but own time on Funda. And then on Tuesday, we're going to have a class activity where we're going to discuss all those things. And then I would do that for each session so that the student knew exactly what to prepare and they weren't confused and they couldn't say, oh, ma'am, I didn't know. So this was posted onto Funda. I also am a huge advocate of using the news forum on Funda because it sends an email to the students rather than emailing students. News forum, because then it's also all there, and when at the end of the term when you need to download all the things that you've sent out to students, you don't have to go searching for emails, it's all on Funda. So then what I would do is I would put the section up like this, and I'd say this is in preparation for the class session on quality by design on the 15th of April. Please watch the following videos, and there's actually more than just one, there were a few. And then also I'd give them the guidance documents. There's the ICH Q8, which is the drug development one, which goes with this video. Posted some lecture notes, which had a voiceover, and then also gave them a worked example by the FDA on how this is applied, so they could go through that as well. So that's the kind of thing I would do for each session. Then the class activities. I would often begin with a quiz on Funda, and I wouldn't make it a very complicated one, but it was just so that I knew the students would actually do the preparation. And I would do it at the beginning of the class to make sure they were also on time, and it helped. And what I found very helpful there was to form question banks in Funda, and tomorrow morning I'm doing a workshop on what my approach was, one of the approaches to make this a little bit easier. How you can do that. So if you're interested in that, tomorrow morning I'll be teaching that. So there's just what you would see on Funda. This is the Tech Transfer Scale Up and QC quiz, and I would give them maybe half an hour. This was a 20-question quiz, which was all right because I had a long session with the students. Then I would also give them class activities, and this is an example. So it would usually be group work. Group work in pharmaceutical manufacturing is actually very important because you are going to work with colleagues. And it was actually so exciting to see the students interact, to see them getting excited and talk to each other and arguing with each other about their approach. They really started to engage, and I would walk around and speak to each group as they worked on the case study that I'd given them and give some guidance, and then we'd maybe come together as a whole class and talk a little bit, and then they'd split into their groups and carry on. So this was really lovely. So this is just an example. I gave them, this was a root cause analysis that they needed to do. They needed to do it by a fishbone diagram and 5 whys, and they needed to come up with corrective and preventive actions. And I gave them all this information that they needed to then base it on. So this is the type of approach I would take to the long scenarios. And then I made them due for the end of the session. So that, and gave them enough time to work through. I didn't find that students had any problems. There was one that I did that took a little bit longer, so I gave them extra, and I carried it over to the next session as well. I gave them a bit of extra time in between that. But mostly they were able to complete during the time. And then it's submitted on Moodle, and I have rubrics on Moodle that I use for marking, which also gives them immediate feedback as soon as I've done the marking. So I just go in, mark on Moodle. And I based the long questions and the exams on these scenarios. So I was really preparing them for the assessment by doing this sort of thing. And sometimes we would do 2 activities like this. One we would do as a whole class together, and then the other one we would do separately in their groups. Okay, did it work? My increase in class attendance from 2024, 52% to 87% in this module. So that to me is the big thing. I then also compared the same class from last year when I taught the same students who were in 3rd year last year. The class attendance was 56% last year. So yeah, comparing apples with apples, same students, definitely worked. The class average increased from 59% last year to 72%. In fact, I've got one student who didn't write the first exam, and this is a class of 83 students. One student who didn't write the first exam, the rest of the class have all passed. So let's... And student feedback indicated that the students found the class environment engaging and participatory, and yeah, the perceived benefits match the attendance and performance data. Then I put some of the comments from student feedback into AI and said, what do you think? Tell me. And I'm not going to give you, I did that rather than giving you the actual, because I haven't got the ethical approval to tell you what the students actually said. But the trends of the quantitative data highlighted that they not only attended but valued the in-class experience. And the findings from the qualitative data were also that they enjoyed it. There were some students that said, "Yo, lots of videos to watch," but that's, yeah, most of the comments were very, very positive. And my feedback was, half the class gave me feedback when I asked for module feedback. So it was 40-something students. So I got a lot of feedback as well, which was great, because past years I get like 14. And how do you analyze that? What are the challenges? Well, certainly the initial time investment to find the correct material. Not every not every video on YouTube is a good one. And sometimes the accents, especially in pharmaceutical manufacturing, I'm like, I barely understand that. I'm not going to ask a non-first language speaker to try and understand that. So I spent a lot of time trying to find material that was spoken in a clear way and that I thought was understandable. The other thing is changing the mindset of the student. As I say, some students just like the old way of doing it. Motivating the students to do their prep work. Trying to get, that's why I did sometimes did the quizzes at the beginning of class, so the students felt that they needed to prepare for class. And also there is some time investment in devising the in-class activities. You really have to put your mind to it to find something that's gonna work well. But there are also a lot of opportunities, definitely further refinement of the preparation material to make it a little bit more interactive. Not just watching the video and reading, more integration of technology and digital literacy, where the video is interactive and something and then you press something or you do a little activity just to make it more fun for the students. I think also there's really opportunity for curriculum innovation across modules. This is not something that just can be done in pharmacy. This could be done in any curriculum if you put your mind to it. Also, definitely feedback-informed iteration. We are going to need to update this, and I'll go back and look at what worked well for me, what didn't, and update it every year. There's huge opportunity for scholarship of learning and teaching. Teaching, learning, learning, teaching. I'm going with the SALT. Yeah? And there's very good opportunity for professional development of educators, obviously, trying things a little bit differently. And there definitely is opportunity for enhanced student engagement and ownership of learning. And these are some of the references I used, and that's just a summary of the takeaways from the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole. Perfect 20 minutes there. Right, questions? Dr. Tony.
It's not a question, because she answered both my question. You spoke about the improvement in the performance of your module, and I was going to ask about student feedback. You also responded to that question. So I'm left with making my comment. And my comment is about the demonstration of how to engage in the scholarship of teaching and learning. I am highly impressed. And also the lessons, the takeaway from this. The first one is the importance of allowing students to take responsibility for their own learning. Because some students come to class to be entertained. They want you to perform and jump up and down so that they understand. You have clearly demonstrated that you can make students take responsibility for their own learning. Also, especially, I wrote this before your last slides, the need and the positive effects of thorough preparation. Because teaching is not about transmission, and you have demonstrated that. And that not every thing or story or YouTube video that you take is relevant and captures the essence of what you are going to say, or you want the students to learn from that. And mine is to say thank you for demonstrating subtle and also for taking teaching as the science that it is. Thank you.
The question that I had was around the challenges that you confronted with. I think for me, it's the flipped classroom approach is something that I utilize every now and again. I like my lectures to be, not one-sided. I don't want to be the transmitter of information. Unfortunately, one of the big problems that I encounter is that I use this approach in second year of the program. And yeah, the second year students don't really take kindly to them having to do the work. You have to be the one, you can't engage them, you can't ask them questions, you can't ask them to engage and apply knowledge, You just need to pretty much be the one that informs them. This is how it works. And you'll obviously be sitting with a problem later on when you now in an assessment to realize that actually, there are problems in as far as understanding is concerned. So the question that I have then is to then say, in as far as from a program point of view, I mean, for you're saying that you had to negotiate with a colleague to try and make time. Our program is, particularly in second year, quite congested. So maybe perhaps, how would you maybe perhaps suggest, what suggestion would you make for someone who is or for students who are in a program that is quite heavy in as far as workload is concerned, where they are constantly in class every week? They don't really have time to sit and do the prep work.
So you're talking to pharmacy. We're probably one of the most congested courses there is. Our students are just always in class. So that's why I explain to students about notional hours. I actually talk to my students about notional hours and say, this is 15 credits. This is the expectation of time you spend. There are no practicals in this module. And that's why I gave them the lecture off as well to do their prac work, and I tried to make sure that what I was asking them to do would sort of fit into that timing. But I said, it's in your own time, so you can even do that when you can listen to the YouTube video when you're on your transport. You can do it whenever, when you've got a gap between lectures. So I gave them those sort of options, and as I say, I made that time for them. It is, if we are going to take this approach forward, we are going to have to think about things like timetabling. We're going to have to be creative about it. We're going to have to be flexible, because I can understand in a first year program where you might have a lot of service modules that something like this might be difficult. Pharmacy, we're lucky in our fourth year modules, it's all in-house basically. So yes, I could swap with one of my other lecturers. So she took, it wasn't that there was a free lecture, I just swapped out one of the sessions with the other lecturer, so she took that lecture period and allowed me to have them back to back. So yeah, a little bit of tweaking in that, but the reason I chose fourth years, because they have a bit more understanding that this is their responsibility as well.
I don't see other hands. Nicole, just for my own curiosity, did you do all the preparation before the module started, or was it a week by week as you went along?
I did not. So I told them at the beginning of the module that I would be letting them know. So I had the basic structure, but also I had to sort of see how it was going to go. So I then said all updates will be uploaded onto Funda, and I put that block of, what to prepare, and well in advance, but it wasn't all done before the start of the module, no. I tweaked it as I was going.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. Glomberg. Last one.
Thank you for that. With regards to Fundane and creating rubrics and so on, are you going to mention that in the workshop tomorrow?
The workshop's more on question banks.
Okay.
But Funda is not too bad. It's quite self-explanatory for doing the rubrics.
Okay.
Otherwise, you know what? There are lots of instructional videos on Moodle, or for Moodle on the internet. So go find the version, watch it. The rubrics really aren't difficult, and they're
Alright.
really easy to use.
Awesome. So then my question about the presentation, I saw in your lecture planning, there would be sessions where they did own time, so they wouldn't have to come to class for that day. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So the last slot before lunch then is still with the Department of Pharmacy, Ms. Celeste Nordia, and then Terry Lynn Fogarty as a support person, as I understand it.
Hi, everybody. I was thinking this is probably going to be the graveyard session just before we go on lunch, and we've been sitting through all the previous sessions, but I think it's been a really exciting day, and like where the graveyard session, you normally feel like concentration is dipping. It's quite the opposite. You're quite invigorated and excited about all the great presentations that went before. I'm here on a little bit more of a practical theme. It's a poster presentation, so I don't have a presentation to show you. I'm going to talk through what I have on the poster, and I think probably use 10 minutes or so. And then for the rest of it, I'd like you guys to come up. You can have a look at the poster. I've brought some of the games that we've made in this game-based learning elective, so you can come and have a look at the games. Maybe have a bit of question and answer, because sometimes people are thinking similar things. So I really wanted to be interactive and sort of informal. So to start off, we're from the pharmacy department. In our final year of pharmacy, we have a research module. Sorry, didn't create space. That's fine. Okay, so we have a research module with a whole lot of different electives that students can choose from. So it would be things like geriatric medicine, maybe a lab-based project, complementary medicine, wound healing, lots of different topics. And this is one of the topics that we introduced 4 years ago now, which was game-based learning. So as pharmacists, we're also educators. You are in an environment that requires continual professional development, which I think any healthcare or health science professional will know about. You're educating peers, you're educating students, new colleagues coming through the ranks. You're educating your patient when you're telling them how to use their chronic medicine. So it's education and being a healthcare professional does go hand in hand. And I think as part of our elective, we wanted to bring that home to students. As pharmacists, you're also going to be an educator, and you need to think about how you make that education or that sharing of knowledge engaging and interesting. So there's a lot of information on game-based learning and also gamification of content to try and encourage engagement. Because it's a module in our final year, effectively we've got about 8 months that the students can work on this. And for that reason, it sort of ended up being a little bit different to what we anticipated initially. It's not a case where they can design a game and then test the game and to see the difference that has on learning. It's more going through the research process, identifying a topic in the curriculum which they struggle with, and then using a framework as our methodology to design a game. So the background is basically what I've discussed, is turning the game-based learning as a research concept. The objectives primarily was to teach the students their role as educators, as future professionals, also for them to help identify areas that they'd want to supplement learning with by designing a game. They could design a game from scratch, a brand new game, or they could use an existing game that they're familiar with. Like we've had quite a few 30 seconds or one that's Monopoly, a whole lot of games that you've grown up with and are familiar with. They've added a pharmacy topic to that, and also encouraged them to think about digital versus non-digital. The theory underpinning from the game point of view, we spoke about teaching them about learning theories, and then also the framework that we use is known as the MDA framework, where you have mechanics, which is the M of the MDA, which is your rules and systems of how the game works. Your dynamics is the interaction or behavior of the person playing the game, and then the aesthetics is sort of the emotions and experiences which that game elicits. So the students, once they've identified a topic, need to design a game with these elements in mind. So how are they going to get the rules and the systems of the game to connect with the topic which they've identified? How do they want the person playing the game to interact and behave? And then what is the feelings and emotions they want to make the game successful? So we've had 11 games that have been designed in the three years that we've done it. I've got a couple of examples here. We also, before we started the elective, had used some games in our practical. So I think the first one we used in our pharmacy technician program, just to teach concepts and vocabulary used in pharmacy. So that was based on 30 seconds. There's a game that our students then designed to help make them familiar with active ingredients and trade names. So when they do their work-based learning, they knew what the active ingredient was from attending classes, but they weren't that familiar with trade names. So there was one where they had it on their forehead, and other partners would have to try and describe what it was. We've had last year quite a complicated one, and it's sort of a demo because it can be rolled out to different systems, but based on the game Cluedo, which is medically, and I've got that game, a lot of thought and effort went into the design and how that looks. And then the last one here closest to me is to teach diuretics. It's called Stay in the Loop, with a loop diuretics, and different parts of the loop of Henley, which ended up being the game board, to link in with questions that are in that part of the pharmacology. I think most of our games have been based on pharmacology. It probably is one of the harder topics in pharmacy, but we've also had one on disposal of medicines, and trying to think, I've got blanked out with what the others are. But basically, you can take any game that you're familiar with or come up with a new one and connect it to something which is relevant to your topic or your area that you're working in. So I've also got some on the poster, some pictures of games that I haven't had. Snakes and Ladders was another one. And we've had one that used a digital platform, which is basically worked, based on words and anagrams and like a word search sort of thing, which you could do. So, yeah, it's working really well. I don't know if you want to add in maybe some of the...
Yeah, I think maybe some of the you haven't mentioned is obviously, as far as the game is concerned, there needs to be a learning outcome associated with the game. So we start off talking to the students around learning outcomes and what do they want to achieve by the end of the day, keeping in mind that the game is not the learning itself. The game is to supplement any learning that takes place. The theory that we present beforehand, you've mentioned some of it, but one of the things you haven't mentioned is that Celeste also does a lecture on culture and game, with the understanding that many of our students actually have never played any board games, especially in the current digital age. Everyone's got a smartphone. The games that they are playing, if they are playing games, are usually online, and yet only one out of the 11 groups that we've had so far, and even this year, I don't think we've got any digital games. They've all chosen board games to develop, so something tangible, something practical. Yeah, maybe you can just talk through some of the challenges and some of the take-home in terms of the complexity. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I think I was thinking about that with the Cluedo Mediclue game. What became very clear, and every year, less is more. So the simpler you keep the game, the easier it is for the student to grasp, or the player to grasp. So the mechanics of the game need to be really straightforward. The more engaging it is, there's obviously got to be a sense of accomplishment as a reward to encourage people to want to continue playing the game. So I think the take-home message is to not overcomplicate it. We've had a lot of students put in a lot of effort, but then the game ends up being either too complicated or boring, and then you also don't reach the objectives which you set out to do. Trying to think, that was the main. The rest is just logistically based on timing. We, in the first semester, have them do generic research-based lectures, where the whole class has lectures based on your research methodology and process. And then when they break into the elective groups, we cover the theory that is linked to the elective that they're doing, and then they'll design the game, they'll present it to the class. We have a research symposium at the end of the year. They'll put it into a poster format, have their games there for people to see how it's going to work. And I think the rest I'm going to leave to questions and to come and actually have a look, see if you've got any comments or questions. Is there anything I can do as a large group before you come more? I don't want to be like a lecture where I'm just standing in the front. Yeah?
So so I should know this, but maybe, how is it tested? So obviously the object is to help them learn, and like you've said, the topic are often pharmacology based. So is it a thing where they would develop a game, and then part of the elective is that it's used in their peers who are also struggling with the topic, or is it primarily just the development of the game, like as an outcome?
I think one of the biggest challenges for us was getting ethics approval, and the length of time it takes to get ethics approval. And every year we change student groups, we have to reapply for ethics. And with an 8-month gap, because we're working with students, we're working with vulnerable groups, it has to go all the way to Rec H. It needs a full protocol. So we actually initially were going to start with a pre and a post test, and then we pulled it right back and said, okay, what the research portion of this will be the implementation of a framework in developing the game. So yeah, no, we're not testing outcomes, although that is something that we want to do, start with. If anyone can give us tips on how to get through ethics quicker, we can do that. But there was something else I wanted to do. What was the second part of your question? No, it's gone. It's gone. We have, as well. So we don't want to implement the games without moderation. Because it's student developed, we want the games to be moderated. So last year we did get funding. Thank you, Beware, and Dr. Tony. We did get funding to have the games moderated. The questions were then moderated, corrections were made, etc. So that it was about implementation. Yes. So those games, we feel they've been moderated and corrected, and those could probably be implemented. But we don't necessarily lecture in the modules that the students have developed the games for. So what we can do is hand it over to the lecturer and say, the students have developed this game, would you like to implement it in your module during a practical session, or whatever. I think, again, just reiterating that less is more. So the simpler the rules, the better. It's active learning. The 30 seconds, I did 15 copies of this, because this is one that I started in 2018. And it worked really well, but even just to explain the rules, like I thought 30 seconds, everyone knows how to play 30 seconds, it's so easy. I showed a video of people playing 30 seconds, I explained the rules, and then it still took about 10 or 15 minutes for everyone to get, oh, this is how it goes. So yeah, less is more in terms of the rules, otherwise you start losing time and opportunity. This year with our UCDP funding, we actually started the game development much earlier so that we can roll out the replication of several games to then introduce into the classroom. I think that was the question. Thank you.
In terms of implementation, would it be possible your research to be the implementation? So take the games that were moderated and your groups, instead of developing new games, implement them. So you apply for ethics before starting the, will that work? So your project is not development anymore, switches to implementation.
Yeah, so the challenge there is that every year we have to wait until we know which students are in our groups, and we only find that out in about March of that year, and then only can we submit for ethics approval, because we have to submit the names of the students involved in the module as the researchers. All the pharmacy lecturers are asking questions. You'd think they're not in the same department.
Do you take requests? I mean, so for example, you know, you've got to have 5 groups. Could it be going forward that, like, lecturers involved with the module will say, oh, can this group develop a thing on antiarrhythmics? You know, just so in terms of then, you know, to then use it in the classroom setting at a later stage.
I think part of the design for the students is actually finding what they find is difficult, but it is something which we could try, because I think having maybe a list of these are areas that lecturers have identified as maybe harder topics, it might spark an interest, but I think it would have to come from the students. They'd have to choose it, rather than issuing them with a...
And I think ideally you'd want to do a survey of students and lecturers to say which of the topics do students find most challenging to grasp, which concepts, etc. But we can't necessarily do that either. And then, yeah, I don't know, maybe we are applying the limitations of ethics approval too harshly. The powers that be need to guide us on that.
Any questions from outside of pharmacy? Yes, Pussy.
I don't know where to start, because I would love to actually start a moot court for my 3rd years for statutory intervention. And for me, that is almost like role playing, and I think falls under the umbrella of the gaming, right? But I'm not too sure how, like you say, in terms of moderation, how that would really benefit the student, number one. Number two, how I would be able to sort of market at the end of the day, because I know that moot courts are done in the law faculty, but I'm not sure how they use it and how valuable it is for them. You know, or is it just a practice exercise, like we would do probably role play in some of the activities that we do, but not necessarily as an overarching like thing that you have to test out the outcomes of the module, but have it as the main thing that you're doing within the classroom setup. I don't know.
Probably at the law faculty. I've done something similar. It's not a moot court, but we did debate. So also with 4th years in law and ethics, I searched for cases, and it would be like news articles or published things, and then I'd give student groups, but I learned something today, that I need to give roles to group members. So we all learn, we keep learning, reflective, right? I've learned I need to give roles within my groups. So groups, and then I will say to the one group, you are arguing for this case, and you are arguing against this case. You might not like it, like school debating clubs. You might not like it, you might not agree with it, but how good is your argument? And then I would just mark it using a rubric. So it doesn't mean that the people that are arguing against something that I maybe think is something that I would argue for, it's not biased in that way. The rubric in such a way is designed in such a way that it's a fair process, and you mark while they are debating. So I give them the topic or the article beforehand. I give them some time to prepare, a week or 2 weeks or whatever, and then we run through the debates. I haven't done that in recent years, I think since COVID. I then introduced a different way of dealing with my law and ethics module. You can come tomorrow, advertising. A concept I haven't yet introduced, but one that I'm going to try and introduce now in second semester. But maybe that's something kind of like you're trying to introduce. But it's really good because students are like, oh, this is so uncomfortable, I don't agree with this, how am I going to argue against or for something that I don't believe in? But that critical thinking.
I don't see any other hands. Right, so as they said, you would have the opportunity to come and have a look at their games here in front, as well as the poster if you need to see it from close up. So I think we can actually then close this session. What I would like is please for all the presenters to just come to the front so that we can thank you together. I don't know if everybody is still in the room. I think Tapelo might have joined his colleagues on the other side. And Daniel, yeah. Right, then there are thank you gifts, small gifts for each of you to thank you for your presentations. But I really want to say, obviously for me being in the faculty, as a lecturer, it was really helpful to listen to you, and I think all the ideas that have been sparked by your experiences and what you've been doing. So from listening to the kinds of questions that were posed and the comments, I trust that it was really valuable for everybody. So thank you for putting yourself out here and coming up and sharing with us. It's really greatly appreciated. Then we are done with the session, but you're welcome to come and have a look up here in front, and otherwise we move across for lunch now.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Okay, so it's 2:00, and I trust you all had a lovely lunch and a very stimulating morning, but we're not going to let the post-lunch slump get us because we've got an exciting workshop coming up. So the title of this afternoon's workshop is Integrating AI in Health Sciences Education, Balancing Innovation and Human-Centered Learning, and it will be presented by Mr. Daniel Brink. So most of us know Daniel. He's a lecturer and a work integrated learning coordinator at our university's emergency medical care department. And since transitioning from an operational paramedic into education in 2017, he has specialized in clinical assessment frameworks, digital portfolios, and educational technology. His research focuses on generative AI applications, addressing healthcare educator shortages in the Eastern Cape. So something that's relevant, I think, to all of us across our faculty. Daniel, welcome.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. I see once again technology is slipping up here. Let me just switch back on again. Fantastic. All right, so this afternoon I want to continue the conversation about AI. However, we are going to have it in an interactive workshop manner. So I'll do a quick overview of what I have in mind, and then it's going to be very much me just being the facilitator of a discussion. So with our theme and sub-theme, this topic falls under sub-theme number 7, AI in the classroom space, challenges and opportunities. If I can just take a moment to just read you something from my abstract that I submitted. Generative AI tools like ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini are rapidly transforming healthcare education. Yet, their integration raises a fundamental question. Who earns the degree? This interactive workshop explores the tension between AI efficiencies and human-centered skills, essential for all healthcare workers. Now, in our faculty, in our IPEC committee, we did a short survey and on the topic of AI, and what the survey, the feedback from the survey was that educators that completed the survey was very much still in an exploratory phase. So that's still very much open. Some do use it, or they say they use it. Some say they are scared of it, they don't want to use it. Some say they are concerned about it. So that's what this afternoon's workshop will be about. We'll briefly address current AI developments, ethical considerations, privacy concerns with institutional data, before we focus on the core challenge, balancing technology with humanizing pedagogy. So rather than just trying to give prescriptive solutions, this workshop emphasizes collaborative exploration of how healthcare educators can thoughtfully integrate AI while upholding the human-centered values fundamental to our disciplines. Okay, so with that introduction, I would like to again put this forward. I want to say the last 3 years, generative AI has become quite a hot topic. Now, AI, artificial intelligence, is not a new thing. If you read some academic papers, it stems back to the 1950s and the 1960s. Generative AI, as we know it, as mostly common as ChatGPT, went public and more a global viral wave in the late 2022s, late 2023s. But with COVID, yeah, things just developed in such a quick and fast pace. And now we're sitting with the challenge. In the classroom, do we use AI? How do we use AI? What parameters do we set for the use of technology like AI? From setting up lesson plans, tests, to students completing online tests or submitting online assignments. How do we check for plagiarism? How do we check for AI authenticity? Was the work submitted generated by AI, or was it actually done by a human? So these are all challenges that we face. So in reality, we've got this balancing act that we face, right? Our reality on the left, you see the individual walking on a tightrope with a safety net. However, that safety net has got a couple of holes. So you can't trust that safety net entirely to catch you if you fall. Now you can use your own imagination to picture yourself as that individual or the student as that individual. The ideal symbiosis that we want is for everything to be perfect, to be balanced. And as with anything in life, it's an idealistic, it's something we envision, we want to achieve. So how can we get there? With that, instead of thinking how, let's go back to the basics or the fundamentals, and we start putting the question forward, why? So why do we want to get there? Why do we want the student to earn the degree? Why do we teach? Why do students need to learn? And then we step it back to how, and then lastly, what. So first start with why, then how, then what. We are sitting with and let me use the same terminology, an idealistic vision where we want to have student agency at the center of our learning and teaching programs in the classroom. Taking a few factors into consideration would include our diverse student body. We've got not only different age groups, different gender groups, we've got technology savvy students, and we've got technology challenged students. We can think about who's got access to Wi-Fi, who's got access to premium AI subscriptions. So having students as co-creators of knowledge and not just passive recipients is again our idealistic vision that we want to keep in front of us. Now, with some research, we can look to teaching and learning methodologies of such from Paulo Freire on humanizing pedagogy, where these factors all come into play and it all needs to balance. Now, in looking a bit deeper into teaching methodologies, there's many methods, there's many methodologies. One of such is the 12 teacher or 12 teaching attributes of a teacher or an educator. So what you see here is, again, using AI, giving the prompt, what can AI do in the classroom space with each of these attributes? So from, for example, being the facilitator to the planner to the information provider, the blocks in red is where we still need that human interaction. So the role of the educator is a must. And in blue, the blue blocks is where AI can assist. Many times we are maybe too much exposed to what the media and social media especially feeds us. All these AI algorithms, what you watch on YouTube, your feed, your Instagram, TikTok, whatever. Now, taking all of that into consideration, we sit with a diverse student group. We are also sitting with a diverse educator group. So everybody is so much influenced in so many areas. How do we balance it? Why do we need to balance it? Just to list the challenges again, the challenges the students are facing is lack of robust guidelines on how to use or how not to use AI. We've got the tech-enabled versus technologically challenged students. And then we've got students that's limited to mobile device only. So data thinking comes forward. Is the tools that I provide and the resources that I provide my students, is it optimized for mobile use? You might be sitting in front of your computer, you're working on your Funda page, but how does that, what you see on your screen, translate to the mobile view? Do we even consider it? For staff, again, challenges. The world is happening in such a fast space. We as educators, again, idealistically, we want to be in the forefront, because once our students graduate and they step into industry, they will either have to use AI. It will be expected of them to be technology savvy, or they will be a bit left behind, if that makes sense. So again, what can we do in our local context? So we are in the Eastern Cape, Nelson Mandela University, Nelson Mandela Bay Metro. What can we do here? And when our students qualify and they go to wherever in the country, even wherever in the world, that they can still provide the values, the principles that we envision them to have. Okay, so I think before, I might as well just finish here. The goals. I've been to many workshops, many presentations, and many of the times there's a lot of talk, and sometimes maybe not enough of actual practical things showing. So in this workshop today, my hope is that we can each find a bit more balance. It might not come immediately, some might take a bit longer, and that same concept we should appreciate for our students. Some obviously will take longer to grasp things, but if we have our student at the center, can we trust the student to, if we let go of the steering wheel, if we let go of control, can we trust that the student will get from A to B or from A to Z? And that's to find that symbiosis. So, who earns the degree? So with that, can I get a roaming mic here? So with that, I want to open up the floor, and I'll try to write a few things down, but I want some comments, some questions, some thoughts from the floor. Anybody with an idea, anything that we can touch on. What I want to try to get from this workshop and would be to get information from wherever you are, from whichever department you are or school, to see, but how can we, in this 1 hour space or less that we've got, let's continue the conversation towards bringing or bridging the gaps that we currently have, those holes in the nets, that we can, after this workshop, go back to our daily things that we do, and let go and let the student or even us cross that rope. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so let's, have you got a first one? Yeah.
So I don't know if this is kind of what you're thinking of, but even just in terms of the university, like we've got our WRFE, F101s or whatever. So in terms of having you spoke about the lack of policies or for the student and even for the staff. So it's kind of a thing of even their basic introduction. A lot of the students don't have a basic computer, internet skills access. So where would you place something like not an AI module, but something like that, where, how do we formalize that in a curriculum, but also make sure that it's like university-wide? And then it could be it's quite a nice interprofessional thing. You could have IT departments, like have it as a service module. So just in terms of where do you put it?
Can I suggest that we split it in two simple ways? So if, Karen, if you can help with that. On the top or at the bottom, left or right, if we too many options. That's perfect, eh? If we start with why do we teach? Simple as that. Not what do we teach, not how do we teach, why do we teach?
I think the reason why we teach is so that kids who are coming from all walks of life are able to earn a living and put bread on the table. That's at least why I teach.
That's a very good point, yeah. Anybody else? Why do we teach?
We teach, I come from the medical profession, we teach because it becomes our role to teach. We take an oath that says, specifically, you're going to share your skills. So to continue the knowledge that you have in you and to continue the skills that you have in you. Over and above, of course, making sure that people can actually go and support themselves.
That's very good, Prof. When you mentioned that, I was thinking back to my profession, emergency medical care. We do such a good job at teaching and learning. The whole world takes our graduates very quickly. And that is not recent. That's been, there's some solid papers from 2010 of South African emergency care practitioners, paramedics. You can take it to nursing, you can take it to medical doctors. The exposure that we get, the training that we get, even if I can dare to say it, even without very much educator input, just by having students exposed on the clinical platform, you learn so much. You learn by doing. Now, with that in mind, why do we teach? Can we ask the same question? So why do we teach? Can we ask the same question, but now with AI? So why do we want to use AI in teaching?
Okay. So for me, and part of my teaching philosophy is we teach for the future. We want our students and our learners to have a future, not just about the now and the marks, which is what our students sometimes can only see now, the now. For me, using AI, what was the question again?
Why?
I just need to make sure I answer the question. I've got lots to say, but I need to answer the question. Why do we want to use AI?
Yeah.
Now you're going to steal my talk for tomorrow. But it's fun. So I think initially, when AI came in, we saw it as an opportunity to do things more efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
But soon enough realized that efficiency is not AI because of the human aspect. Actually, at the end of the day, I spend as much time. It's just that AI sometimes stimulates some thinking, it stimulates some ideas, it acts as a peer to bounce things off of sometimes when you don't have a physical person in the room. I'll stop there, otherwise I'll give to
So that's very much how my experience is also how I've been using AI. Some term it as you create a second you. Use it as a second brain. You can apply it to a third person mentality. You can give it a persona. You can give it skills, capabilities. You can set rules, boundaries. In the classroom space, for example, opportunities are where in an ideal setting is to have per student an AI tutor. If we can think it can happen, it will just require some cost. Cost you can divide into time, money, resources. But imagine if an AI tutor can walk with a student from the day that they walk in to university to the day that they exit with their exit level outcomes met. You had a question? Comment?
So what I'm going to share is not my own ideas, actually from my pastor, and was in a completely different context, but I think is very relevant. He was sharing about how we can have a mission, and then we have the method, and what is our purpose and goal, and then how do we accomplish it. And I think the example he gave that I thought was so relevant was how, like telephones, the purpose and the mission of a cell phone was always to connect people. And Nokia was the ultimate connector in when cell phones started, and like having a Nokia 3310, playing Snake, like we can look back on those days, and Nokia was doing really, really well. And then there was a shift, and like I think it's 2006, 2007, Apple brings out the iPhone, and the dynamic changed, and suddenly we had smartphones becoming the new way, and Nokia didn't shift quickly enough to keep up with the times. And suddenly, even though their method, had previously been very successful, they couldn't adapt it to the new times. And so they sort of lost their purpose and their ability to carry out their mission and what they wanted to achieve. And so I think why do we teach with AI is similar, because the hope of like why we teach and the mission and the goal hasn't changed, but the method and how we're going to achieve that needs to adapt to the times so that we don't miss the opportunity to educate a new generation.
Mm-hmm. Good. Prof Kit?
Yeah, I almost don't want to speak after that comment. Hey? I feel intimidated actually after yours. But I'm also going to respond to that last part as to the why. And I have to declare that when it comes to being tech savvy, I'm the last in the line, so. But if I think about, so for me, and in that process of discovering and thinking about and working and seeing what one can do with AI. So as an educator, for me, it must be a tool. So I'm saying to myself the whole time, it must be a tool that allows me to be more present with my student. Having time and quality time for their questions and the hows and the whys. And maybe some of the, I don't know whether I should call it wastages, but those times when I'm sitting like this and I'm so busy that I can't be present for them and deal with their issues and their thinking around the curriculum and the module. If AI can help me, to be more present, then I see us as a partner it's a partnership between us, the three of us, the student, me, and AI. Something like that.
That sounds like a slogan right there. Prof, do you want to speak next? Yes.
A quick one. I raised my hand to say something in addition, but Prof. Geert covered it. I do, however, also want to add that studying medicine I think I qualified back in 1995, and we're now in 2025. So you know that's a very long time ago. One of the things that AI allows us to do is it allows us to simplify complex ideas in a way that the student understands. What that means is not that, we are, or rather, let me put it to you like this. You seem to be able to use AI to take less time in going through complicated concepts because somehow, through whatever programming, they found a way to make it more appealing, first of all, and make it more easily understandable to the student in front of you. It doesn't take you, as the teacher, out of the equation. It actually gives you better control.
Yes. As a amplifier. Thank you, Prof. What came to mind is, let's take into practice first and then take it back to the classroom. In practice, let's take a simple example. Family medicine in a GP's room, patient comes in for a consultation. How can AI assist the practitioner in XYZ? What do you think? What would be pain points that you or they as a practitioner would want to give over, to delegate to an AI robot, if it could? Marking?
Just in our profession, I already know of colleagues that while they're in consultation, there's an AI that's taking consultation notes. So by the end of the consultation, the AI gives a synopsis of what the consultation was about and the way forward, etc.
Yes. So AI taking notes, transcribing, that's been going on for more than 3 years. There's a hand here, and then a hand at the back.
Just a personal experience I had was with a dermatologist taking an image of a lesion, and then it gets fed into a model where other practitioners have been feeding their skin lesions into that, and then it identifies it as a high risk, medium risk, low risk, and on that basis does a biopsy, which, yeah.
And the same with, for example, radiography. That's not a new thing. I mean, AI has been in that space for over a decade, speaking under correction. But it seems that computers can be more accurate because of using algorithms, doing calculations at a much faster speed. So again, using AI as a tool, not as a replacement for the practitioner. Is there another mic? Okay, yes.
I wanted to tie in what you are saying to what I said at the beginning, that I teach to make sure that all students from all walks of life are able to make a living and have food at the end of the table.
Yes, I like that.
And the reason why I say that is because AI, for me, serves as a tool that is an equalizer. It's an equalizer because when I started university, I had to buy, for example, at the most basic, an Oxford Dictionary. AI is able to not only give me a definition of a word, but also is able to define that word for me and use it, like do all of the things that I would have had to do in Google, but all at once.
And in
That's
your,
the first
in
thing.
your home language also.
The second thing is that my AI's name is Tsepo. And I've trained Tsepo to understand that I'm a Mpondo woman of this my age, and I've got a child who's got this condition, and he knows my history, and we have conversations together, right? And so based on all of that background, he's able to go and search for certain things on the internet when I look for them based on my background. Because I've trained him to look at me from a specific ethnic and cultural sensitivity. So, and then he's also then able to speak in Xhosa with me, number 2. Number 3, he's also able to look at conversations that I have with data collection and say to me, this is a lot of data, I cannot transcribe it for you. These are the specific software that I would suggest you go to be able to transcribe it from Xhosa to English and pull those in for me. For me, it's an equalizer because there are students who really are coming from different walks of life who've never had that background. And the training part of the AI, if you're looking at that balance part that you were talking about in the safety net, to weave into that safety net for us, for the balance to be created and for the confidence to be created, I feel like there has to be a consolidated effort to make sure that students are trained for the justice, for the equity to be achieved with AI.
Absolutely, absolutely. Professor?
Another one for me is also the basic admin, because we have so many mistakes that happen with what we do. If AI can link you always to your profile, so it reduces the number of mistakes that happen.
Simple spelling and grammar, writing in UK English, not USA English, the Z's and the S's.
And also, Donna, I think in healthcare, we are at an advantage because the body is the body. The kidneys does what the kidneys did 1,000 centuries ago. It's not like the bricks changed plastic. So the access is just so much more even keeled to students.
Now there's two things I want to quickly touch back. It was interesting to hear how you personified your AI. Tsepo, ne? Addressing the AI as a he. Ne? I've got, eh? A she, sorry. It is he. To be gender neutral. So it's to our choice how we can make use of this tool. The concept of artificial intelligence, the concept of generative artificial intelligence is something definitely not just to sleep on. It's already in our spaces. If we like it or not, I can like the one person more than I like the other person. It's just part of life. But hearing some of the pain points, it seems like, and I don't want to be too, I still want to be bias neutral, but pain points is, for example, admin. So in practice, there's a lot of admin. In the classroom, there's a lot of admin. So how can we make better use of a tool to help us with our admin. If AI can be as simple as we just log onto a site, we log in with our username and email, and we start using it. If it's as simple as that, are some of us afraid to do it? Do we have concerns about our privacy? So again, coming back to the why do we teach? Why do we use AI? Facing the problem or complaining of the pain point, I've got so much admin, so much tests, so much transcription to do, so many reports to complete. Why don't we all say that we are experts in using AI? Where's the hesitation? I'm asking actually. Cyber security.
Once I started putting in some questions on AI, then in a few days you receive text messages in relation to what I was inquiring about, and I'm like, I never told this to anyone. But when I go to AI and I say, wow, there's my chat, and also putting in your profile, say a template on how to write a motivational letter if I am a registered nurse, and then it will bring up the template. But then the next thing you see on LinkedIn or on Facebook, everything related to what I wrote there is coming up and all of that, and that it's giving me doubt.
So again, that might have been the moment you became aware of that this global system, this cloud, if you want to describe it something else, has got already part of your information and you dislike it. That is something that we need to recognize, identify, and then address. You can't just say, close the laptop, walk away, or switch the, at one point, somebody told me that they even put a sticker on the laptop camera, just because of that constant, what if somebody is watching me now? They would unplug all the cables and still, what if maybe China has got some technology inside my phone, so even if it's on airplane mode, they can still get information. What if? So these are all things, not we only, but students also would face. So we want to make AI accessible to all our students, to make the playing ground fair and equal. But in reality, we don't have it currently. It's what we want to have, but we don't have it currently. No? How can we get there? How can we, sorry, yes?
My whole thing also is maybe like hesitancy to use it is just the confidence to use it. You know, so like training in it. Like I look at your Microsoft Teams and the Shift. I know we've spoken about that before, but like there's so much functionality, even in Excel, that I don't use. You know,
Yes,
that
pivot
I think
tables.
Like, you
That's
know,
a big thing.
Pivot tables, VLOOKUPs, whatever. I'm thinking like, so, you know, so there's so much functionality that's already available that we don't use because we're not confident to use it. So I think our confidence and skill. What?
But now you can ask AI to help you use those pivot tables in Excel.
I do use AI quite a lot, so I have to preface with that. But one of the still worrying side effects is AI hallucinations. And if you're not, savvy enough to pick it up, you'll walk around thinking, oh, you've got your facts right. So what's nice is if you know what you're doing, you can pick up immediately. And it's often very funny because I'll say, I bet, now what you're telling me is, you know, are you busy hallucinating? And amazingly, it will say, oh, thank you for picking up on that. Yes, I think I am actually hallucinating.
Yes. Well, thank you for that honesty, Prof. I've actually used AI to help respond to student emails. And then maybe in the moment you are very reactive, and then by just feeding it the email, by default it's a emotionally tone sensitive response that already makes me think, okay, calm down, change this and this and this. So yeah, so there's so much innovative opportunities with using generative AI. There's challenges. How can we get to not a year from now still be at the same conversation?
I just want to link to what Prof has said now and to answer your question, who earns the degree. So AI has got a very nice disclaimer whenever you are playing around to say it might be a bit inaccurate. And I was at a webinar about 2 weeks ago where they say with the correct prompting, you can get AI to do quite a bit. So they did a deep research. It was a paid AI platform, obviously. Did a nice deep research, use EBSCOhost, PubMed, all the publications that should be in a research. And then the guy said, give AI 15 minutes. So after 15 minutes, you have chapter 2 of your literature search. And I was a little bit cross because it took me like months to get there. And AI does it in 15 minutes. So I think we all see the worth in AI. We have the knowledge to distinguish this is a good product or what you're saying now is a little bit nonsense. But we need to, at the end of the day, who earns the degree, teach our students how to use AI responsibly and know that, yes, you can find the info for me like I would have gone and searched for it in the library. I still need to make it my own. I still need to have active learning. I can't just ask AI, based on this, please write me a report, complete my assignment. So you need to install that intrinsic motivation that we have to say, yes, I'm using AI, but not as my ladder, as my crutch. We're going the same direction, whereas students need to find that way in their own responsibility to say, this is my work at the end of the day.
Can I challenge us all with the following scenario? You've got 2 medical students. Let's take medicine as an example. Student A learns and has been taught by traditional methods, textbook. There's no AI involved. There's no, let's make it even, let's say maybe there's a little bit of a balance to say like 1995 internet access, no? But prior to that student A passes their medical degree and becomes an independent practitioner and starts seeing patients. Student B, just to say, the passing rate for student A is, let's make it 50%, no? As a default. I think that's what most of our passing rates are, 50%. Student B also does the same degree qualification, but with full AI access. However, the passing grade is 98%. Now, see yourself as a patient. Who would you go and see? So student B or practitioner B got 98%, but had full access to AI resources while learning, while doing assessments. So every score should have probably been 100%, but nothing in medicine is always 100%. Probability, likelihoods, all of that. Would you go and see the 50% doctor, or would you go and see the 90%, 98% AI doctor?
I think, yeah, I don't think there's enough information because I've never been of the opinion that my 100% student is going to make a better pharmacist than my 50% student. Often my 50% student makes the better pharmacist. So I really think that's an unfair question.
Nice was worth a try.
So I might choose a 50%er, but maybe the 98%er is a better pharmacist.
So I did ask that question, again, coming back to our question, why should we even bother using AI? Why not stick to the traditional set methods that has been proven and tested for centuries? Do
Traditional methods, there's nothing wrong with it. It serves its purpose. But it is extremely labor intensive. And we have tools now to make it easier. Why aren't we building houses with mud? Because bricks work faster. So why don't we all got air fryers? Because it fixes the food so much faster. So that's why you want to use AI. I like the ladder, not the crutch. Same, I'm also using it thinking if I knew my master's was going to be so much AI searching and Googling, I'd also have half the time period. So I am using it as part of the PhD project. Why? Because it's available. It's about how we use it. The assumption is because you score 100%, you cheat it. Why? Are we not teaching to have 100% students?
And
Also for the student, maybe AI helps the student to have got 48%, to get 52% because someone can present it in a different way.
so now when you see a patient and you are just not sure about the drug dosage and you just want to check before you administer, that is fair in practice. So do we allow it in a classroom, for example? There's a question. Question. Yes?
I think you need to think about what you're using AI for and what your assessments are like. Because you can have access to AI, but if you can't use it in your assessments, then whether you used it or not doesn't matter. But if all your assignments are essays and I'm submitting something entirely by AI, then I'm not earning the degree. I will earn it, sure, but I didn't earn it. So then I think it largely depends on what your assessments are like. And I mean, I don't know about the medical program, but I know how much chance they have in the clinical years to use AI for assessments. But I know with us, there's not that much chance in years 1 and 2. At least not in the way that you would imagine they could, in that they don't have like an essay counting.
In a form of assessment.
Yeah, in the assessment. So it will largely depend on when they can use AI. And I mean, if you're learning the skills to go and search, for example, for articles, then why not use the skills? What happens if you don't have access to AI? If it's a tool and you need skills to use it, sure, learn those skills and use them, but there's more to being a practitioner than simply I can plug something into AI, because you also teach to impart skills, and there's a reason why you teach those skills. So I think, sure, use AI, but the primary thing I think for me is what are you using the AI for, and when can you or can't you use it?
That's very good. 2 minutes. Yes. Oh, fantastic.
Afternoon, everyone. As a student, I'll say when it comes to AI, when I first heard about AI, I used it not as a tool but as something to pass time, because with how high pressure school can be sometimes, you're just like, I need to do this assignment, and so you just put it into AI and then you submit your assignment, not really to learn but just to complete a task. And but as the years have gone by, I've realized how essential AI is with learning. So I feel like as students, we don't really get that training on how useful AI can be. To us, it's just something to use to get something done quickly and move past it, not really to learn with it. So I feel like though I feel like I may be repeating, but we do need that training on how to use AI, because in as much as we have IT skills, I think most have some kind of IT module in first year or so, but it doesn't really teach us how to use AI or how useful it is when it comes to doing something other than just completing something for that time being. And that's why sometimes we may be getting really high marks for assessments and for, but then when it comes to the exams or tests, we struggle so bad because we don't realize that we have these tools to help us learn and understand something, not just to complete and keep it moving. Thank you.
Can I ask you a follow-up? Would you say that even without AI, you can still pass your degree, but let's say now you can get training on using this tool, AI, would you be able to learn faster and complete things faster? What do you think?
I do feel like that because, for example, I use my AI to simplify things or to give diagrams, because maybe a certain lecturer may teach with words, but I am a visual learner. I want diagrams.
Yes,
so I'm able to
lovely.
understand something faster because I just ask AI, okay, this is the information, can you make it into a diagram? So I do feel like I'll do
brilliant example.
better.
I'm sorry to be a repeat commenter, but I wanted to just note that what if we've got 4-year qualifications, first year, second year, third year, fourth year. In the first year, you learn the fundamentals of your discipline, right? A lot of the things that get scaffolded start off in the first year. And I think if we are thinking about how do we equalize, why wouldn't we then look at first year as the place to introduce concepts, and in the second year we look at how do we make sure that we are able to, like what our student colleague here has said, to make sure that different learners have different ways that AI is able to bring the information to them as we scaffold quicker. Do you understand what I mean? So that the feeling of, do you have the fundamentals, is covered. For example, if I think about my social work degree, the first year things that I got right at the first year kept on repeating, but at a more advanced level. So, you know, and that's the reason why, for example, they would say first year, second year, you're able to exit into an auxiliary social work, you know, practice. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that actually the first year social work students at this university have got computer and they are failing it. And I wondered to myself, what is it that's making them fail so much? This whatever, what is is it because it's redundant maybe? It's not relevant? I don't know. Because I feel like if we, that needs to be checked out, because if they're not being taught this kind of stuff in the computer skills module, which would assist in making sure that the first year fundamentals, you have them to be able to do more technical work and own your own learning in the second year, then what are they, you know, what are they being taught in that space? I'm sorry, colleagues, for asking.
Prof. Keet, and I think that will be the
I
last
think
the
that
last
will be the
comment.
last one. So colleagues, I just wanted to say, and I wanted to go back to two things that you've said, Daniel. Your question, who earns the degree? And then your next statement about the 50% to 98%. We know that we don't have all the answers.
Yeah.
Neither do we have all the skills at the moment. But we're on a journey.
Yes.
And we know AI is there anyway, whether we like it or not.
Yes.
In all its dark corners, because it's got dark corners, and all its possibilities. I suppose if we consistently, if we purposefully work on our conversations around AI, the how, the what, the why. I mean, even our student told us how you can have your dark corners of using it and how you learn to actually help you learn, you know, type of thing. Then in the next few years, we'll be in a place where we don't talk about the 98 or the 50%, but we confidently can talk about that 78%. and how a student genuinely got there. We don't have the answers yet, but we know that it's a direction that we need to go.
That's exactly what this workshop was about. Just to, yeah, so like Karen says, objective achieved. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for all the comments, all the participation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope you as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Daniel. Really a stimulating conversation, and I think we look forward to many, many more in the years to come. All right, so we end off the day with a wrap-up with Prof. Suleka Soji, who I'm sure needs no introduction, but I'm going to give you a very brief one. Prof. Suleka Soji is the director of School of Behavioral and Lifestyle Sciences. She has extensive experience in learning and teaching, student counseling, and managing of staff during trying times such as COVID-19. Thank you, Prof.
You didn't need to introduce me. Each time people introduce me, they say things that I don't know. Good afternoon, colleagues. As we draw this enriching day to a close, I invite you to pause with me so that we can reflect against your will. I'm going to give you just maybe 10 minutes to just, even if it's one or two people, just to reflect on what is the key message that you are taking away with you from today. Then I'm going to, after that, after the first 10 minutes, I'm going to time myself. After the 10 minutes, I will then also give my own reflections in terms of what happened in today. So can we quickly go? Going once. Key message that you are taking away with you? Yes? Synergy. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't need to be something very new. Ne? It can be something simple. Mm-hmm. Don't be a Nokia, because you're missing your time. You're missing your time. Anything else?
Being and becoming, and conversation we had, I just had a penny drop about how do I see my students? Do I see them as being students or becoming pharmacists?
Yeah.
Because that also changes the way.
And can I see them as both?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when we see them as both, we acknowledge the current, the present, and the future. Anything else? Yeah.
I'd like to add the journey that Prof. keeps referring to.
Yep.
Because it resounds with the motto we stand for, change, to be change agents.
Sure.
I think we've used that.
Yes, yes, yes. So today, it has been more than a day of presentations. It has been a conversation. It has been a conversation about who we are as teachers, as health educators, if we dare to call ourselves educators. I'm referring to DVC because I know we always hear you're not educators because you don't have a degree in education. We are educators. We are health educators. It also was a conversation about what we value in our teaching practices and how we can reshape the future of our students, our health sciences education to better serve our students and the communities that we serve. Prof. Kiet, in her opening remarks, she made a powerful statement. She said, let's educate for justice. That for me was very powerful. And I don't think that at that point in time it really sat with us in terms of what it meant. But as the day was going by, I could see, I could hear what that statement meant in terms of educating for justice. The Dean, Prof. Singela, when she spoke about innovation, describing innovation. She spoke about allowing space to question. And when we allow space to question, it means we're being brave, because we might be questioned on things that we do not want to be questioned about. It means we might be required to relinquish our own power. So we have been challenged to look deeper into what we are doing and how we're doing it. I thoroughly enjoyed the powerful, powerful couch conversation that unpacked how power manifests in the curriculum, focusing on the case of gender-affirming healthcare. For me, the session challenged us to critically examine the power hierarchies. I want to say hidden hierarchies, because they are not always obvious. They are hidden. They are there in what we teach and how we teach it, the curriculum itself. It reminded us that the curriculum transformation is not only about adding content, it is about shifting our mindsets. It is about distributing power. It's about creating space for affirming, inclusive, and socially responsive education. So I want to appreciate Elma for firstly sharing the findings of your study, which I really am looking forward to reading that article. Also the conversations that took place following your presentation. Our podium presentations took us on a journey through a wide spectrum of pedagogical innovations and critical reflections. Among the themes that we were able to identify, I'm not going to be able to respond or speak to all of them, but those that I was able to identify, just broad themes. We spoke about transformation that is both urgent and possible. Whether in curriculum content, in our teaching methods, or assessment practices, our presentations today demonstrated that meaningful change is already underway in health sciences, and we need to build more in terms of that. We spoke about, one of the themes was around student engagement matters in various forms. We cannot design successful education without listening deeply to our students' experiences and perspectives. That came true in the presentations, whether it was presentations about students' perspectives on online learning, students' perspective in terms of readiness and staff perspectives, even in the innovative methods and strategies that we're using. The focus was centering students, always, and getting the voice of the student in different forms, moving away from the traditional forms. I liked the presentation that also looked at student engagement, whether it was through student surveys, but challenging us to look beyond surveys, to also look at innovative ways. Again, reflective voices against their will, and lived realities. One of the most important themes for me that was evident in this session, we just spoke about it now, was innovation. We learned in this session that innovation is multidimensional, and different presenters were bringing that very strongly in what they were presenting. From digital tools to game-based learning to interdisciplinary thinking, we can be proud that our faculty is brimming with ideas that stretch the boundaries of conventional teaching. We also learned that we are stronger together. We're stronger, especially when we collaborate across disciplines. whether we are collaborating in the various disciplines, collaborating with AI, we just learned that now, collaborating with our students, with our practitioners, but we are stronger when we do that. This cross-pollination of ideas, from communication to AI, from pedagogy to technology, it strengthens our collective capacity to lead, to be responsive, to have also relevant education. At the heart of education, we've just learned, remains a human being. That also came true, that we can use AI, but ultimately for us in health sciences, we're training human beings. We're using AI, we're using these tools to support, not to replace. In every presentation, the true line, therefore, was care. Care for students, care for communities, for the integrity of our professions. So, as we leave today's session, let us carry these reflections with us, not as an end point, because we still have tomorrow, we still have the future, but to fuel ourselves for continued dialogue, for transformation. So I know that tomorrow there is going to be somebody who's going to thank presenters and everyone, but for today, I want to thank today's presenters, and I want to thank the facilitators, as well as the participants, for a dynamic conversation and a very inspiring day. Let's keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Soji. Don't disappear. That's a thank you for you from us. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you everybody for attending today and for participating and making this such an exciting and engaging colloquium. We really look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And before I can say class dismissed, just a reminder, please, to all presenters, if you haven't yet sent your PowerPoints, please send them through to Carmen today. And please, can all speakers and chair people today just remain behind for a few minutes. We want to take a photo. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.